Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 Armed Forces Dungeon League Fall Clash. This is our third event for this year so far, and it is going to be big. We have the return of our Summer Clash champions, Warrior Gamer. These champions are going to be facing off against the spring runner-up Air Force Gaming, the British Army and Royal Air Force returning as a combined arms team, and a newcomer to the scene, Ukrainian WoW. I'm your host, Hothead, and with me today is the amazing, as always, Mary Elia.
Hello, Hothead. It is wonderful to be back for the Fall Clash, and I am so ready to get this weekend kicked off. As you said, we've got four amazing teams, and I think we know who you're rooting for.
You know, I made the choice today to put on my Air Force Gaming jersey. I thought about going neutral with Coast Guard or something like that, but I had to stay true to the roots today.
That's totally understandable. I think the teams are just about ready to go. We are a couple minutes away from the start of runs. Let's take a look at what torture they'll be going through. You can see here we've got our first three dungeons, which have been announced to the teams: Halls of Infusion, Vortex Pinnacle, and the Underrot.
Man, announcing these dungeons to the teams this morning, we heard some mixed reviews, but I think they're going to be good for day one. Vortex Pinnacle, they probably going to have some issues, but Underrot's always a really fun dungeon. Granted, our amazing Krog, as you can see in the GIF there in the rotating video, on Tyrannical, he can be kind of a pain, but that dungeon is always fun, and I don't think those affixes are terrible for those dungeons.
That's certainly a choice of words. If you don't think they're terrible, I feel like maybe, again, obviously we don't know what the dungeons are for day 4. Correction, you and I both know what the dungeons are for day 4 and day 5, or for dungeon 4 and dungeon 5, but the teams do not. For all they know, it could just get worse. It could also get better. We're not telling anyone anything. Those dungeons will be revealed over the next 2 days.
Yeah, you always have to plan for the worst and practice for the worst. And I mean, as much time as these teams have spent in Discord and in game this past couple weeks has been insane. If they didn't practice every combination, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where the different teams decide to start. We know that picking your first dungeon has a huge impact on how you play out the rest of the weekend. And we'll be going to the quad very shortly, but it's gonna be a spicy start.
Yeah, I think teams like Warrior Gamer and Air Force Gaming will go for that Vortex Pinnacle just because it seems like it's going to give them more of a challenge. So I think they'll get that one up a little bit first, maybe to the 21, 22 range, because all these keys, just like all of our other events, start out at a 15. So I think they're going to drive that up to maybe a 21 to 23-ish range there, and then they're going to ignore it and work on those other two the rest of the day.
I think that's a fairly good assessment, and I think we are ready to take a look at the quad. So let's find out if your prediction is accurate or not. Ooh, interesting. Half right. We have the Air Force heading into Vortex Pinnacle, but nobody else. British Combined Arms and the Ukrainian WoW teams opting for Underrot, and Warrior Gamer deciding to be a little bit different and go straight for the Halls of Infusion.
I like that everybody mostly chose something different. We're not just going to see the same dungeon across all four teams the whole time. We get to see how each one's going to take each dungeon, and I like that they chose something different.
Yeah, especially because these two teams have so much to sort of fight for and live up to. Warrior Gamer, as the current title holder from the most recent Clash, they are going to want to defend. They want to make sure they gain as much intel from their competitors as possible to hold on to the lead that we know they're capable of securing on day 1. The Air Force, they were only 1 point behind in spring. They are going to be hungry. Ukrainian WoW, a new team joining the fight. It's really exciting to see. They've run their own events recently, so they are no strangers to the Mythic Plus scene, and the British Combined Arms is definitely our dark horse.
Yeah, Air Force is going to definitely be super hungry for this win.
Air Force is getting a false start going here. It is not yet time to start their keys. We're going to have to check with admins on that one.
Yeah, they might have been too hungry for the start.
Uh-oh.
We'll see on the start time there, but it looked like they might have just clicked it as soon as it hit the hour, or on maybe their alarm clock next to their desk there, but
let's see. I haven't seen the big go message, but we will definitely check back on that. There's also stream delay to take into account. We can't be too hasty. We will definitely review, and we will make sure that start was legit. But it has begun. All 4 teams are straight into some huge pack pulls, feeling really comfy on these 15s.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how everybody starts out that underrot, because on this 15, you can easily just jump in there, and I say easily, but it is raging, so you have to be a little careful. But you can jump in there and pull the whole beginning of that dungeon together, and obviously not choose to lust because it's tyrannical. But then again, I don't think first boss is that big of an issue, so you could still lust there in second boss, but just destroy that whole first pack. But it's going to be interesting as they get higher in the key levels to see how much of that they keep pulling together or separate.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting strategic choices here, I think. Underrot in particular has a lot of running space. Like Vortex Pinnacle, yeah, you do a lot of running, but there's ads everywhere. There's just packs of stuff to kill and drag with you. Underrot has a lot of what I would consider downtime. Like you're going to grab a giant pack and pull it to the Krog and not do much in that gap. So how you optimize your movement and your routing is also going to be a big deal on these 2 dungeons. And I think watching the Ukrainians and the British side by side could reveal some interesting insights into the differences in their strategies.
Yeah, and with dungeons like Vortex and for the most part Halls of Infusion, there's only so much you can change about your route in that dungeon.
Yeah, it's a very
Vortex Pinnacle especially. Yeah. There's smaller things you can skip. There's, if you brought a Warlock, which it doesn't look like they did, you could always gate across toward the end and skip one pack there, or I'm sure they'll go for skipping the stars at the end. The stars on Fortified can get pretty bad. So I can see them skipping a couple stars packs.
I am definitely excited to see. Oh, Air Force, it looks like we saw the deaths come in. Are they wiping intentionally because of the false start? We'll have to wait for the admins to find out, but they are going straight back into Vortex Pinnacle. Meanwhile, the Warrior Gamers making good progress on their way to the first boss. Still just, clearing trash. It's a 15. They're taking their time.
Yeah, they just want to keep it safe, push through there, don't try anything crazy, and you mess yourself up and have to restart the 15 right off the bat. That's a lot of extra time you have to take just to restart the dungeon there, which we see Air Force Gaming now having to do. You got to take the time to rebuff and get everybody back into the dungeon.
Definitely a little bit rougher than we wanted to see from the start of the Air Force. Warrior Gamer making progress on the Watcher, not looking like he's posing too much of a challenge to them. Their health bars are barely moving. Ukrainian WoW, however, they have got the big numbers pumping on screen. This POV is going to be fun to watch over the course of the weekend, Hothead.
Yeah, I can see Warrior Gamer doing some crazy pulls this weekend. Their roster, same roster as they had last time, so we know these players can do these pulls and absolutely destroy these dungeons. They've had the whole season to practice these. Now we gave them the TR access, the tournament realm, and they've got a lot of practice. They know the dungeons, and they're good players. They're going to be doing some insane stuff this weekend.
Perfect. We did confirm Air Force Gaming. It looks like their stream is just reaching us a little bit faster than everybody else's. They started on time as soon as the call hit go. No issues there. It turns out they wiped due to they basically chain wiped and decided, nah, screw this. We're going to reset and get a decent time on this 15.
Yeah, losing out on any of those wipes. Granted, like I said, restarting the 15 is quite a bit of time, but losing out on the run back for the wipes is still not great. And you want to try to guarantee you get that triple chest, at least a double, but you really want that triple chest so you can just keep stacking those keys as fast as you can, adding 3 levels each time.
Yeah, frankly, if there's a time to spend doing a reset, I think right now is it, because you know someone else is going to have to reset later. And if you had to
Oh,
choose
yeah.
between resetting early on a 15 or resetting on a 23 after your 6th, 7th, 8th attempt, I would definitely choose now.
Yeah, once they get into those higher levels, those resets are that's going to be a lot of crucial time that they really need. So yeah, get those resets out now and practice your routes in this 15 and 18 range before you get into some higher ones and really need to be careful with those wipes.
Yep, British Combined Arms making good time ahead of the Ukrainian team, taking down our lovely Krag friend. This was a fun fight. I know a lot of people hated it, but as a druid, I thoroughly enjoyed being able to just cat form, run around, and do stuff. I enjoy different like boss abilities that force you to use your environment and run around. I know some people hate it because they just want to stand and pump DPS all day, but I quite like it, and I have a lot of nostalgia for this fight.
Yeah, I loved Underrot was an amazing dungeon, and the general consensus of the community is that it was an awesome dungeon. And you can see British Combined Arms there, kind of doing the strat where you'll stand by the rib cage. For those that haven't done the dungeon or don't know, Krog will do a charge every now and then, and if everybody's standing at that rib cage, you can just sidestep it and he'll charge into the rib cage. If you don't, he'll charge across the room and drop those little red puddles that everybody needs to stand on. If you don't, he spawns a bunch of ads, and it's just going to destroy everybody, especially on this tyrannical difficulty.
Yeah, British Combined Arms, the first team to knock down 2 bosses in their first dungeon. That's going to help them, I think, keep their morale up. We do know, as we said, they're coming in as a bit of a dark horse, definitely the underdog. There was some concern in the last week about one of their players being deployed last minute, so a reserve was brought in actually from the U.S. Coast Guard who was willing to step in and help them out. That player we found out last night has been able to stick around, at least for today. We don't know what the goings-on are this weekend. But with all of the craziness that they have had to endure, I think they're just happy to have a squad and to get going. And for them to come out on top in this first dungeon would be a huge morale boost.
Yeah, and that really shows the camaraderie of the whole community, not just, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Army, U.S. Coast Guard, but all of them as a whole. U.S. Coast Guard having a player in the EU that was willing to jump in and help this team out. It just shows how tight and close knit the whole community is.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. We put out the call saying, hey, anyone on EU servers, send us a message. We're looking for reserve players, and people just got behind it. They dropped their names and they said, look, I'm down to help. It's been a fantastic thing, and this is exactly what we were looking for when we started the AFDL, wasn't it? This is the whole point of this series of events, to just bring communities together. Air Force Gaming getting that boss down finally for themselves, back catching up to where we'd hoped they would have been a couple minutes ago, but making good progress. Warrior Gamer about to down the frog, and Ukrainian WoW still, surprisingly, catching up to the
They've actually
for how far behind they were.
Yeah, they pulled ahead. They've got the boss health a bit lower now after pulling after British Combined Arms, and their percentage is a little lower. No,
14%?
they actually have more percentage. Sorry, yeah. So they're pretty close in percentage. Ukraine could probably pull ahead and take the dungeon out from under them, but it just takes one mess up or a slightly different route for the British Combined Arms to pull back ahead again.
Yeah, Ukraine obviously not wanting to pull anything here that they don't have to. I remember back in the day as everybody was learning the different routes and different party leaders would say, we're going left. Oh, no, we're going right. No, we're going to use the Warlock 8 strat. And it was just like, you know what, man? You tell me where to walk, and I will walk, and I will try not to pull anything, and I will do my best.
Yeah, and it's even more different now because everybody expected when we got under rot to use the same routes again, but they moved a lot of the packs around. They removed and added more packs, and it was nice. It was a nice refresher to change the route up a little bit, and it looks like they adjusted just fine.
Here we go. We've got our lovely worm friends. If you are not paying attention, you can walk across a puddle that will spawn a hideous, hideous worm. The scream's going out, dealing lots of damage. Ooh, that's a little lower health-wise than I would want to see. From
Yeah,
those
they were
combined
letting
arms.
quite a few casts go off. It looks like they accidentally pulled an extra worm there, and they had to kind of move back and catch up. But it's really hard to try to juggle the interrupts on both of them.
Yep, you can see there. Now they're focusing back on this guy. A lot less damage coming into the group. Thank goodness for the power of the healers. Ukraine absolutely ahead. They are clearing the final packs before our Titan Keeper comes in to clear the doorway. Moving on to the last boss. Air Force Gaming still making really good progress. Lots of ads in this dungeon. There's just going to be constant pulling and fighting and pulling and fighting. I'll be really curious to see what sort of compositions these teams bring into the Vortex Pinnacle, whether they focus on, you know, sort of maneuverable combat classes, or whether they just go for, death runs and just get as far ahead as we can, then stop, then kill.
Yeah.
Very intrigued there. Warrior Gamer also making excellent progress on the Halls of Confusion.
That was a pretty good strat there from Air Force Gaming to tag one of the mobs and have the whole group stand under the stairs so that all the mobs had to come down and stack on top of each other there. That was a really smart move.
I always love a good, close-up fight POV, and so whenever these tanks back themselves into corners, it's excellent to just watch the actual, animations of all the different spells and abilities get cast, and you don't get to see it so much when you're super zoomed out, so that's always good fun.
Yeah, I play pretty far zoomed out. It's funny seeing some of the people who play zoomed in, and it's really weird. And it's like you can't see your surroundings. How do you play like that?
Air Force Gaming making their way on to Altarius. He is the lovely wind boss. I actually thoroughly enjoyed this mechanic, despite how many times our teams wiped to it. I'm curious. I haven't run this on the latest Mythic Plus, but have they toned down the wind at all, or is it still just as vicious as I remember?
No, it's still the same, and it's still an easy death if you miss the jump over that wall too. Granted, there's a lot of classes that have mechanics that can just completely negate the wall, like a war. I think the Warlock Gate might work, or the Demonic Teleport, where they can set it on the ground and then jump back to it. Mages blinking through it. Obviously, immunities, bubbles, ice block, everything, but it it's a pretty big. Oh, and they didn't even have to jump through that time.
There we go. Ukrainian, wow. They are the first team to complete a dungeon today. Congratulations to them on the Underrot.
And that's got to feel good to be the newcomer to the whole event and the scene and everything, to come in and be the first one to get on the board.
Yeah, that's going to be a 15 for them on the Underrot, which is an excellent starting position. As the audience may or may not know, whenever you complete a key, you get that many points, and then your point total increases based on the maximum key you've done in every dungeon. So the total number of points that these teams acquire over the weekend is how they will be judged for their final placement.
I think they're just going to jump back into it, but we usually see a lot of the teams, get a 15 across the board and then start climbing. But it looks like they're just going to jump back in and keep pushing that one key.
It's very, very likely. I don't see a reason not to. This is something we often see, is that teams go, oh, that dungeon felt good, let's find our limit, and then use that to judge how we progress through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to jump straight back in there, get that 18, and keep pushing. Looks like Warrior Gamer finally, they're making really good time on that Halls of Infusion on the last boss now. And dungeon complete for the British Combined Arms not long after Ukraine finished their Underrot, so they're still making some really good time.
No, not far at all. They are keeping pace 100%, and I imagine we'll see them go straight back into Underrot as well. Here we go. Let's see what the verdict is. Underrot has been reset. They are teleporting straight to it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They didn't get quite as much time with, the one player we talked about already having to kind of try to panic, get ready to leave, and then, all right, no, I'm good. I can stay last minute. So the time they did get to practice, it's good to see that they're comfortable with the dungeon they're running and the comp they're running.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that for them, they are the newest team to the league, and as we've seen a lot of the time when these newer teams come in, World of Warcraft is not a game that they play competitively in a lot of other settings. So sometimes their first event is very much all right, let's go in, let's see how we do, and then we are going to fight for our second attempt. But these guys have come in and they've said, look, we're just going to be what we're going to be. We're going to fight. Let's get some 20s on the board. Let's go. The chat has been incredibly optimistic in the back admin channels. Warrior Gamer finishing their Halls of Infusion, it looks like. They are now back in Valdrakken. We'll see where they go. And Air Force Gaming still making good progress. They only have Assad left.
Yeah, and they're almost there. That pack right there can be pretty vicious. It looks like they're doing really well on taking care of those incorporeals. They had a couple complaints about the affixes for that dungeon. We added the the incorporeal and the spiteful together, but it looks like they're dealing with it just fine. They're on the final stars. These stars on Fortified in those hierarchies, it's going to be interesting to see if they skip them. Yeah, I don't know if you can skip these ones. I've never tried, but these ones can wreck your group on Fortified.
Here we go. Air Force Gaming going to be the last team to complete a dungeon. Wow, looks like Warrior Gamer's also going straight back into Halls of Infusion. Interesting that they've chosen a longer run dungeon as well. Something to keep in mind is that different dungeons take different amounts of time, and that can be a big factor into which dungeons you run as well. Underrot definitely on the shorter side. Halls of Infusion a little bit longer. I'm wondering whether they're using these longer dungeon runs to sort of gain information on their opponents and where they've decided to go, or whether this is just a dungeon comfort pick for them.
I think it's going to be more get the longer dungeon out of the way first so that we have time to slam out the two shorter ones and, see where improvements need to be made over the weekend.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also want to confirm, it looks like our partners at Raider.io have got us on the front page, so hello to everyone who is coming in from them. It is good to see you. Welcome to the Armed Forces Dungeon League Fall Clash. It has just begun. The things are only going to get spicier from here, and we've got a whole weekend full of action. And I believe Raider.io's got their own Break the Meta going on as well. This is an incredible weekend for Mythic Plus.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and man, I would love to be in that Break the Meta, but I would much rather be here with you guys in this awesome event, giving to these, being able to benefit these charities, though.
That's true. For anyone who doesn't know, the Armed Forces Dungeon League focuses its shall we say, community power on charitable incentives for the different teams. Typically, the first place team gets to choose a charity from the Activision Blizzard endowment. But for the Fall Clash, we have a special charity initiative. We will be supporting the Pritchula Foundation's Tactical Medicine Initiative, which provides non-lethal aid to Ukraine and supporting their ability to, train medics and have medical supplies out in the field. So this has been an important charity for us to support, especially with their participation in this event, and we love having them here.
Yeah, they've been really great getting them set up and talking to them about getting them into this event, because this is something we've been talking about now for quite a while. throwing the idea around of getting this team in here and supporting this community and these charities, especially now that they, like you said, they have their own events going on that they do. They have this team got together and competed in that event, and it's been really great being able to help these guys out and support them as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic weekend. If you have anything to give, or if you just, want to support, you can always support the league. Our GoFundMe is being redirected to this charitable initiative. So you can type !charity in the chat or !GoFundMe. And anything is an amazing, amazing amount to help support. So we very much appreciate it. But let's focus on the action. Air Force Gaming has completed their first key. They are now in their second. Everybody has a 15 on the board.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. Even if they're not gonna, I think my idea would be get some 15s across the board, then see which one was really comfortable and push that one up. But I think they just found they were really comfortable with this one dungeon. Let's just get it up as high as we can, and then, like I said, just see where we can improve on the other ones next.
Yeah, and that's totally understandable. Ooh, does look like there was a wipe there underneath. Everybody went down much lower than we'd want to see. I'm surprised the Air Force is struggling with this dungeon. Maybe there's something to how much they dislike our affix choices.
I mean, it was funny too because one of their players who isn't going to be able to play this first day, so they had their sub come in. He got in Discord and said, these affixes seem really good. I like these affixes. So it was good to see that at least somebody liked the affix combination for him.
Look, not everyone can be happy, and we'll see. The other teams may get into Vortex Pinnacle, and we may have just the wall. We may have found our wall on day one. I necessarily would not be opposed to that. I think it'll make for some extra spicy day 3 content when teams have maxed out as much as they can. We'll just have to wait and see, but clearly they are gluttons for punishment.
Yeah, they're not giving up, but it looks like Driss on the Druid here. Excuse me, he went down there, and instead of resetting, a lot of times I see Air Force Gaming just reset if they take a couple people down, but it looks like they just said, you know what, it's the 18, let's just keep pressing through, we can fix that stuff in the 21.
Yeah, we are keeping our eyes on chat, so hello to everybody that's hanging out. Blazing Dragon asks Super Wolf, are we going to see Regiment next time? Well, you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait for day 3 of the Fall Clash to find out what's going on, because there is still more in store for the rest of this year. This is not the last you will be seeing of the Armed Forces Dungeon League, but that's all I'll say for now.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect time for your favorite phrase that I hear you use a lot. It's soon TM. Yes.
This is soon TM information on the rest of the year. But I think it'll be exciting. I think people are going to enjoy what we've got planned.
Oh, yeah. I'm really excited for everybody to get to find out and hear what we're working on in the background. These events don't just happen the same week that, that we have them. It's not, let's do another one this weekend. It's a lot of planning that goes on in the background. We take a lot of time to do this stuff, and we're really, really excited for you guys to get to see some of it.
Here we go, Warrior Gamer. They have got the Watcher down. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at how they are doing on this run. Halls of Infusion. I imagine... You know what? I'm not even going to say it. I was about to curse real bad, and I feel like that would be a level of cruelty I just can't.
No caster curses
right
on day 1. Come on.
No, I'm just going to stop talking now.
Oh, it looks like they didn't go for the skip either. So there's a way you can skip this room right here. As soon as you take down Watcher Iridius, you can go off to the left, and it's a little more downtime, but you can skip all of these, because in those higher keys, these little swoglets, the little frogs, jump on you and give you a poison. If you get to so many stacks, you die. And them having all that health in the higher keys, taking forever to kill them, it's a really quick way to get your group killed. But, I mean, it looks like they're they're doing fine on taking care of their stacks with immunities and cleanses right now, though.
Yeah, doing all right. The health is definitely a little lower than I would want to see, but in that room, it's totally understandable. We'll see how they handle it going out. Lots of good information on this POV, I gotta say.
2, 1.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. You know, I've seen some pretty cluttered UIs. You know, maybe our background production team Flannel. I don't know if I can call him out for his cluttered UI, but this is a decent UI.
I know I'm just going to get blown up staff channel comments now in the next few minutes, so
absolutely,
that's going to be worth it. Here we go. We've got the Gulping Goliath coming up, then the Unyielding, then the Primal Tsunami. This is a fun dungeon. I think there's actually a lot of memorable bosses in this dungeon, I have to say.
Yeah, I really like this dungeon. When we saw that, all right, you know, these are the dungeons for the season 1, so that means Halls of Infusion. I got a little sad after running it in Mythic 0, you know, seeing that it wasn't going to be in season 1, but it was nice to see it in season 2. I like that they brought it in there, because the ending can make or break a dungeon for some teams. The wall of waves that comes through.
The wall of waves. I just remember us trying to get
terrible.
dungeon footage as a team, and it took us how many attempts when you were attempting to dodge all the walls and not actually kill the boss?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's a good time. Looking like this is very much under control for the Warrior Gamer team. They've got no questions. Their marks already on the ground, straight into the pole, no waiting whatsoever. The healer had them topped off and ready to go.
AOE incoming.
Lots of weak aura noises as well. We can basically hear the strategy.
Like Blazin said in chat, like Brosy knows what they're doing on this Holy Paladin. They even last event we saw their healer is pretty good at keeping them topped off going into these pulls. And are they?
3, 2,
It looked like Brosy had threat there for a second, but it looks like he's just stacked on top of last year there. I was getting really confused on why the healer was tanking the boss.
Hey, okay, as a druid who has, on occasion, when my tank is dead, just tried to heal in bear form, it happens sometimes, man. You know, sometimes things happen and you've got to adapt.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to bubble taunt and give the tank a break for a second.
Right, you know, just trying to help out, you know, make sure the party feels good and everyone's, you know, pulling their own weight.
Yeah, otherwise, why even have the bubble and the taunt? You know, you got to use it sometimes, even if it's just to make the dungeon a little spicy and catch the tank off guard.
There it is, the Goliath down past the 10% mark. This is not going to be alive very much longer. And as they move on to the group, I think let's hop back to the quad.
Yeah, let's see how this Vortex Pinnacle's going for Air Force Gaming here.
Not bad.
No, they got a few deaths there. Looks like they got a 7 on their death counter, but looks like they're making up for it in some speed here. Oh, they're going to go for the under the stairs pull again. You get to get your zoomed in POV.
Oh, absolutely. And you know I'm going to punch straight in on that.
Got to get the close-up of the close-up.
That's it. That's exactly it. I just think that the team is really, they chose this strategy specifically so that they could be visible during the quad. And I appreciate that from a production standpoint. It's clearly the reason that they've done it.
Oh, he didn't stay under the stairs this time. I thought he was going to stay there, but he just did it for the initial pull.
I will say those, the fountains of air, it's a very strange, milky texture,
Ooh.
I have to admit. Oh, that's painful. Looks like the team is going down. They're going to have to reset and run back. 3 members died right there, I believe. Oh, no.
Yeah, looks like that.
Nope, there it is. That's it.
That is the reset. That's 2 wipes. You got to reset that. You want, like I said, you want that triple chest. You want to just be able to skip straight 15, 18, 21 and work from there.
Maybe we shouldn't have zoomed in.
Yeah, we put him on the spotlight. It was the caster curse. That's what it was. We put him on the spot, and they got nervous.
That's it.
It
Here we
wasn't
go.
the affixes.
Ukrainian
Don't worry
WoW.
about that.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Because clearly, Ukrainians WoW is having no problems with their affixes. Never mind, they're in a different dungeon. They're having no problems. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Sticking
they're
with
doing.
that. They're doing
They're
great.
doing fine with their
18
affixes.
going down, looking like they'll probably +3 this without issue. That'll bring them up to a 21 and keep them in the lead.
Yeah, it's nice to get that early 20, that early 18 on the board, and then get that 21 completed and get on the board really early with the lead, because now everybody else is just gonna have to play catch up while you get to work on the other dungeons or comfortably work on your underrot some more.
I think that's perfectly reasonable given how comfortably they 3-chested that they just go straight back in once again.
Oh yeah. It's like British Combined Arms coming up on Spore Collar Zancha.
I always forget this boss exists. Not even gonna lie. I walk up to it and go, oh yeah. Every time.
Well, a lot of times you'll see groups, they'll lust, if they do lust first boss, they'll clear Krog's room, skip Krog, come down here and fight Zancha, and then go back up and fight Krog. So it's almost like a mini boss more than a boss. It's a stepping stone to Krog. Or Crag.
Just watching. He has some interesting mechanics, though. I think the mushroom mechanics here are... They always remind me a little bit of Brackenspore, back from Heimel.
Throwback.
But I think it's... Yeah, I know. Nothing's ever new. But it's an interesting fight. It's a relatively straightforward fight. I feel like the affixes we've chosen for Underrot are not going to be of, particular pain to the teams, shall we say? The last fight maybe a little more, but...
It was crazy the beginning of the season, too, because the mushrooms were actually bugged out to where when he did his slam, it wouldn't actually summon all of the spores. It wouldn't give anybody any stacks, anything. You could just DPS the boss down. It was a really awkward first week of the season.
Yeah, it's good that everything is, fully up and running right now. Sorry, I'm just... Oh, I've got this zoomed in to my face so that I can see even when we're in the quad. And that death is not going to do them any favors. They've already had 3 deaths in this +18. Not really what you want to see, especially as this gets harder going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be really close for that 3 chest. At this point, you're so far in, though. I don't think you reset. I think you just go for the double and do the 20.
I agree. I 100%
You're so
agree.
far. You've invested a lot of time at this point. I mean, they're already, over 12 minutes in. By the time they get Spore Collar down, 13 and a half minutes, I think you just keep going. Get the double, be comfortable. Maybe move on to one of the other ones to see how comfortable they are.
Well, where would you go? Do you go Vortex Pinnacle? If Air Force is having trouble like this, I think that would be a bad call. I think maybe you go Halls of Infusion, but that's still also a hard dungeon.
Yeah, but I think you go Halls. It's the easier choice of the two, or I guess the more comfortable choice of the two. And, you don't want to just see that you're having a little bit of an issue with Underrot and then just keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. We've seen teams in our past events have issues like that, and then on the 3rd day, they're like, oh no, where did all of our time go? What do we do? We have to try to make all this up, and there just isn't enough time at that point.
Yeah, the time management is, I think, the biggest team killer. More so than anything else. These teams tend to get very comfortable at the 22, 23 mark on a lot of these dungeons. And as we, move through the seasons and get later and later and gear gets better, that is going to keep creeping up into 25s and 26s, which previously have been our cap. But overall time management is the biggest problem. We saw it during the summer clash. A team that had to reset multiple times, that's just a flat number of points you can never make up for.
Yeah, time management boss OP. Nerf time management boss.
There we go. I've been getting some messages. It sounds like there's some issues with my mic cutting in and out, so I'm going to just take a second to try and fix that. Not quite sure why, because I'm looking at all the lovely green bars and things are fine, but hey, gotta love technology.
Yeah. It looks like Air Force Gaming. I don't want to cast or curse them, so I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but now they got the first boss down. And moving on, looks like they're. I'm just gonna say it looks like they're finally a little more comfortable, and let's see how it actually plays out with their bigger pulls through the dungeon. Oh, now we got Warrior Gamer just got past the wall of waves. Now they're moved on to the boss. The boss has its own wall of waves mechanic, though. You can stand behind the pillars and avoid it, but if you get hit by one wall, GG. Oh, that might be an unlucky wave. Nope, he got through it. It looks like someone else got down there and pulled the ads before it could actually spawn. Saved him a little bit. Then we got Ukraine WoW. They just started up their 21 Underrot. First team in anything above an 18, but first team in the 21 for the weekend so far. And they're doing the same pull. They actually lusted it this time. But look at the numbers. Over 500K. Let's see if he can hit 6. Easily 6. Hit 600K DPS there on the Fire Mage. The PI from that Shadow Priest and all the buffs from the Evoker. It's insane how much the Fire Mage can pump on these bigger pulls. We got British Combined Arms now moving to the final boss, Unbound Abomination, for their 18. They technically still have time to get that triple. They have Lust. Looks like everybody has all their CDs for the most part. Oh, they need to get the Lust out, though. Still no Lust. A couple seconds into the boss. Not really sure what they're waiting for. There they go. Yeah, they still, with that Lust being available on last boss, they still have time to get the triple and move to the 21. They have time to prove me wrong, and I hope they do. Looks like Warrior Gamer got their 18 done in the Halls of Infusion. It's good to see that they're on the board catching up there to Ukraine WoW. Even though they did choose the longer dungeon, they're still decently caught up to them with Ukraine WoW just getting the first boss in their Underrot and them probably about to start the 21 for the Halls of Infusion. It's at least a close neck and neck. I don't think British Combined Arms gets the triple. I think they're going to be a little bit off. Oh, they got 2 dead. Yeah, that's either going to be a wipe or they're just going to have to take it slow and get the double. Looks like they killed, looking at their meter, they killed Elderly Exa faster than they did before, but Kragmaw and Sporecaller were a little slower on their overall timers. So that looks like where they lost a lot of time. And I'm sure having the 1 death on Sporecaller cost him a little bit there, because you figure in the 5 seconds for a death, but also the time it takes to get that person up, the DPS lost from them, DPS lost from whoever's getting the res out. Air Force Gaming on their special pull. Driss actually backed out of the Spitefuls there.
All right. Attempting to fix it, broke it, but I think we're back. Can you hear me, Hothead?
think I got you.
Chat, I believe.
Yep. I got you.
All right.
I got you in my left, but not my right.
Well, you know what?
But
Do you
we
really
can deal with
need
it.
me in both ears?
We can deal with it.
I believe, okay? I believe in these teams. I believe in my microphone's ability to hold up all weekend. What can I say?
Yeah, looks like their British Combined Arms is gonna just take the double, not risk the time lost from resetting the boss there. That's smart. That's still a lot of time you would have lost with the reset and run back.
You say that, but 2 players do go down. They are not as
But
comfortable as we would want them to be.
yeah, they went down right. They had maybe 45 seconds left for a triple chest, and they lost those 2, and it just took it away from them. But they still get the double. They can move to the 20, and like I said, I think you move to the Halls of Infusion now.
I think that's a very reasonable choice. We'll see if they stick to it. That is going to give them an 18 in the Underrot, keeping them tied for first place with Ukraine. So definitely a little slower than we want, but still a comfortable position to be in.
Yeah, being neck and neck with Ukraine, WoW, or at least close. You both have that 18 on the board, but also Warrior Gamer. Like I said, they've got the 18 on the board. They're in a 21 longer dungeon, still a 21. That's still a really good position to be in, because now these other teams are going to still have to do this longer dungeon.
Yeah. Oh, look where they are standing. I'm both surprised and not surprised. We know that the teams listen to the stream very often, so sometimes they hear us and go, oh, that's a good idea. But I wonder in this case if they're like, are you dumb? Like, why would we go do Halls of Infusion when we've just gotten in the groove?
We go again. Air Force Gaming on their way to the final couple polls before they finish this Vortex Pinnacle. I'm surprised they brought in the Survival Hunter. I thought they would have brought the Beastmaster, but I guess they were more comfortable on the Survival, and it's doing pretty well. I can't see his overall. Looks like he accidentally turned it off, but I mean, at least most damage numbers, it looks pretty decent. Granted, Driss is getting all those buffs from the Evoker probably, so that probably helps him out. All right, we got the 20 underway for British Combined Arms. They're in that first poll. No lust from them, though. We saw the lust come out from Ukraine, but looks like British Combined Arms are going to save theirs for Elderly Exa. It's not a bad move because, like I said, you can skip Kragmaw, go take care of all the trash and Spore Collar, get your lust off timer, come back and fight Krag with a lust. So there's some ways they can work around not lusting this first pack.
Yeah, definitely some interesting choices as far as trash clearing going on across all teams. I think we'll see some changes in how they do this in future dungeons, for sure.
Yeah, I think they're going to cut that, either lust or cut that first pack down a little bit. And, man, I'm Warrior Gamer. About 3 minutes in, and they pulled Watcher Iridius, and they are just melting Iridius.
Here we go. I want to bring it up. I want to see if we can get Watcher Iridius on the quad or on the ISO even. That would be better if we could.
AOE incoming.
Oh, I got their sound now. Me. That is one of my favorite Weakora sounds. AOE incoming.
Why?
I'm loving all of the horns.
Of all of them?
I don't know. Just the way it says it. AOE incoming. Just the AOE.
Dispel.
I love the horns and this little whistle. Oh, he's got a lot of them. And see, this is the Beastmaster damage here is why I'm surprised Air Force Gaming didn't elect to bring a Beastmaster instead of the Survival Hunter. But again, comfort picks. Maybe they're not really comfortable playing the Beastmaster. They feel better on the Survival
AoE
Hunter.
incoming.
And the damage coming out from them, it very misleading details. Meters down there. You got the Aug Evoker, the augmentation, looking like they're not really doing any damage. Oh, got some feedback. Yeah, they look like they're not really doing any damage, but that's because most of their kit is actually buffing the other players. So a lot of their damage is actually the other player's damage. Really misleading, but understandable.
Run out.
Run out.
Watch your step. Watch
Run. Oh, man.
Dispel.
Like Powerhouse got stuck in the lightning there for a second. And they're going to bring down Watcher Iridius. And I'm curious to see if they go back for the frogs or if they're going to do the skip on the left side. Looks like they're going to go straight back in for the Swoglets, the frogs, which, again, it's tyrannical, so it's not as big a deal. But again, as these dungeons get higher in level, those mobs are still going to get more health. And as long as they can get the CC out on them, it's not a big deal. But
Shockwave.
getting to, I believe it's 10 stacks, and it will instantly delete your character. It's quite a run back in this dungeon, too.
Shockwave.
Got a lot of different utility they can use, and it looks like I saw the binding shot come out. A lot of pushbacks from the Druid Typhoon and
Dispel.
the Evoker being able to push back, root, knock up in the air, the Heat Wave pushback from the Mage. So they did a really good job of taking care of the Swoglets and moving straight on. Who needs skips when you can just delete the mobs anyways? I gotta pull these Zealots straight into the Shock Troopers. Did a good job of throwing the flare out there so the tank didn't get stunned. Those two stealth mobs there, when they come out of stealth, they will melee whoever they have threat on and stun them instantly. And they did a good job of flaring them out and AoEing so they weren't there stunning their tank to death.
Shockwave.
Again, they're doing such a good job of deleting these mobs, managing their cooldowns.
Dispel.
Didn't see any come out there from Ash. Probably saving them for this next pack, these little mini-boss lieutenants. Understandable, they have a lot of health. 12.3 million a pop. At least I think that's what Amy also has. Cyraz had 12.3, so I'm going to assume Amy also had 12.3. But when he goes into this Zephyr's Call, he spawns a bunch more adds, and that lets these guys feed even more damage into those other mobs.
3, 2, 1.
Dispel.
It's nice seeing the Fire Mage getting back to actually being able to use Flame Strike again. It was a very weird Season 1 not seeing Flame Strike at all.
Interrupt.
3,
Interrupt.
1.
That's a huge, crucial mechanic in these dungeons is all these interrupts. As they're getting higher, they're in the 21 now, but as they start to get into these higher ones, missing an interrupt can, either heal another mob fully or delete your character or one of your party members. So it is extremely important to get all these interrupts off. Wee. Wee. I love the whistle.
Three, two, one.
Dispelled.
Instantly dispelled the afflicted. Yep.
Run out. AOE incoming. Watch your step.
Okay. I think
All
I'm
right.
back. Hello, everybody.
We
3
got her back.
microphones later.
Two, one.
Dispelled.
Still don't know what happened to the first one. But you know what?
Run.
Hey, we've got you back. You
What
get to
did I
see
miss?
Warrior Gamer annihilating this 21 halls of infusion. They didn't go for the skip again. They still took on the Swoglets, the Froggies.
Oh, interesting. I'm surprised. I think that as the keys get higher, surely they're going to want to transition to
AOE
that skip.
incoming.
Three.
Watch your
I would
step.
think so too, but again, it's tyrannical, so maybe they think it's these mobs aren't fortified. We don't really care,
AOE.
Yeah,
and they have
that's
so much
reasonable.
CC, so they did a pretty good job of dealing with them.
Run. Enrage.
Oh, they got the enrage off.
Run out.
Three, two, one.
Oh, good job with the roar from last year there, giving the group the speed to get out of that slam.
Watch your step.
Woo woo woo! All of the weak aura sounds are just perfect.
They are. They're very, like, soothing. You know, I could just sit here and put this on in the background and zone out.
Yeah, you'll get a lot of people running the air horn whenever they get a boss mechanic, but I like that his is just a little whistle.
I don't want to risk my microphone by whistling that whistle sound, so I'm not that.
Breath coming.
Yep. So British Combined Arms did the strat that I was talking about earlier. They skipped Kragmaw. They cleared trash to Xantia. They're going to take down Xantia, then go back to Krag once Lust is back off cooldown.
Three, two,
It's not a bad move moving into this higher key level terrain.
Dispelled.
Who do we want to take a zoom in on? We've seen Ukraine kill this boss a couple of times now. Air Force is still making progress. Where do we want to go?
You know,
AOE.
I think we move to Ukraine. They're about to take on the Unbound Abomination to finish this 21. They're not going to get the triple. They've only got 40 seconds now. So they're not going to get the triple, but it's going to be a good double. And I want to see how they do taking down this 21 tyrannical abomination.
All right. Let's take a look-see.
Yeah, it looks like they cleaned up pretty well. Didn't mess up and pull that extra worm. They cleared out the corruptors. Oh, gotta get the quick repair in before you go down. All right, they don't have Lust for 4 minutes. But they don't need it.
Really what you need. I think they'll be fine without it, but that does leave me to wonder if they need to consider their spell usage for future keys.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna. It looks like change up. They only had 4 deaths, but still, that's some time they lose. I think they'll change it up a little bit, but I don't know. They seemed pretty comfortable with the way they ran it. Yeah. There's the stack. They're doing. You got to give it to Funny doing a good job of keeping the boss the right way. You don't want that to bounce off the wall and spread all over the room.
High stacks. Frontal.
Oh, they got some cool weak aura sounds. Again, no air horns, so I appreciate that. I'm not sure what that one was, though.
I genuinely took a moment to figure out if that was actually a game sound or whether there was like someone in my house. That was the strangest noise.
I love it.
Wow.
Frontal. Stack.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of taking out the spores, making sure they don't come in too close and give them extra stacks. They're dropping their stacks with the circle and then turning the boss. So I think they're going to be really comfortable in these higher keys. They just need to clean up those deaths a little bit.
Frontal.
And every time I hear it now, it's perfect. I love it. Don't change your weak auras, Dev. Don't change
High
them.
stacks. Stack.
I'll
What
make
is
a
it?
note
Let's see
that
if we
this is
can-
going to be our preferred zoom in POV just for the sound.
Let's see if we can figure out where it's coming from. No,
High stacks.
I don't know what it was. The mechanic, maybe?
Maybe?
We'll see. If it does it again at the frontal, that'll be it.
Frontal. Ass.
No, because the
Nope,
frontal
it didn't do
says
it.
frontal, so we know it's not
Yeah.
that one. Chat, any guesses? Turn up your volume, max out your screens, help us figure out what this, for lack of a better
Frontal.
mooing sound effect is.
Oh,
Oh, no.
I'm happy they got the boss down, but I wanted to hear it again.
We'll have to zoom in on him in another dungeon to find out maybe it's boss specific. Oh, Dart has a good idea. Maybe it's Blink.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
That's a thought. That is certainly a possibility. Or when he's in the combust. All right. We've got some good theories. We will keep investigating.
You know, that the combust would make sense, because they get the extra combust sometimes from Sun Kings. So it would make sense that we only hear it so often for the combust, and then, you know, a random time right after it. But it's good to note that Ukraine now has the first 21 on the board. They had the first 15, 18, and now 21. Oh, they're going into the vortex.
Ooh, this could be exciting. The
You
big
think
thing
maybe-
we're going to have to look out for is if they struggle the same way Air Force is.
I think they're calling out Air Force Gaming. I think that's what it is. They're like, man, you know what? We don't need to do the longer dungeon. We know that's the easy one. We're going to show them that this dungeon's no problem. Who cares about these affixes?
Oh my goodness. This is going to be fun. We now have a race on our hands. I enjoy when
and-
two teams are pushing together.
Air Force Gaming wiped.
Oh no, Air Force. Okay, at this point, do you just go do something else? Or are they thinking if we can eke out these extra points on Vortex Pinnacle where other teams are going to struggle, then maybe that'll give us some safety in the future days?
Yeah, I think you just go ahead and get this 21 on the board. They still have... I don't think they have enough time for the triple. They definitely don't, but they have time for the double. You get the 21 on the board, and then you have a 23 in your pocket, and you're sitting comfortable in Vortex Pinnacle, or as comfortable as you can get with this Vortex Pinnacle in your pocket.
But if you're struggling so much, do you maybe say a 21 isn't the way to go? Let's slow down and go for the 20?
You know, I don't think so. I think, again, they've invested almost 10 minutes in this. If they get another full wipe, I say it's done, you know, either reset. Oh, and it looks like they're going to full wipe.
Yeah.
Yep. I think at that point, you cleaned it up. either run it back or look at a different dungeon, because you're sitting with this 21 in your pocket. You know this is the one giving you trouble. Try the other two dungeons.
It's a perfectly reasonable stratagem. Whether the Air Force decides to be reasonable or not, we shall see in just a moment, I'm sure. Warrior Gamer having to do the run through the bridge of waves.
The wave wall. Oh, did he step out too early? Nope, he got it. All right. I love this mechanic as a mechanic. I hate doing this mechanic.
I love it in theory, hate it in principle.
It's a really cool mechanic. Don't like doing it in Mythic Plus. But that's kind of why I was glad they brought it into Mythic Plus, because it's like I said, it's a make or break for a lot of keys.
Oh, absolutely. And having your breaking point so close to the end,
Yep.
it can be soul destroying or so incredibly vindicating.
Absolutely. Air Force Gaming jumping back in the 20 or the 21 on Vortex Pinnacle. They're not going to a different dungeon. They want to prove us wrong.
Oh, sorry.
Or maybe-
I thought they were still running the 18. I was probably fixing my microphone when they completed that, but I understand now why they couldn't go to the 20, because they have the 21.
Yeah, I think that's it. They're going to show us. We were just joking about the affixes. They're really not that bad.
You've got a lot of faith.
I'm hoping.
What I'll say.
Hoping.
Here we go. Ukraine trying their hand at the Vortex Pinnacle, as we've seen them do so far today, not shying away whatsoever from these bigger pulls, just absolutely grabbing everything that they can. Their healer has kept them relatively even. We have seen some concerning spikes in particular moments, but nothing that would stress me out on a big pull on a 15. Let's see if they can hold to that, and if they run through this 15 smoothly, that is absolutely a challenge to the Air Force.
Yeah, I stand by that. I think that's what it is. They're skipping halls of infusion. They're like, we know, we can get that dungeon up there. Let's show Air Force Gaming that, they're complaining about affixes for nothing.
It's a bold statement, if true. Meanwhile, the British Combined Arms and Warrior Gamer still progressing through the halls of infusion. Warrior Gamer having to beat the wave wall once more. They are in the process of their 21 that will help tie up the scoreboard. British Combined Arms on their 15 halls. This is their first run through of a new dungeon, having secured a nice score in Underrot.
Yeah, I think they made the right decision. Going halls, that's exactly what I would have done. It's longer dungeon, easier than the Vortex, so get that comfortable one under your belt, and then you can take your time working on that Vortex.
It has now been over an hour of regulation time. So not a significant portion of the weekend, but definitely enough to start feeling the pressure. For those of you who don't know, each day there are 5 hours of regulation time allotted for these runs. Teams have up until that 5-hour mark to start a dungeon. If they start it at 4 hours and 59 minutes, they get to finish it. And it hasn't always, but sometimes it has made a difference on where teams end up starting the next day.
Yeah, adding the dungeon each day. So they have their 5 hours each day, but adding a dungeon tomorrow, adding a dungeon Sunday, it just increases that pressure even more, because now, all right, we have our dungeons comfortable where we want to start, slowly progressing them. But now there's this other dungeon that they have to start at a 15 and push all the way back up. It increases the pressure so much.
I want to dig into this Ukrainian POV just a little bit as they're making their progress. So far, Not too stressful.
There's the caster curse. That's it. That was it.
I cursed the Air Force. I felt like I had to even it up.
Yep. Had to give it to somebody else.
It's now only acceptable in Vortex Pinnacle once per team.
But look at this. So they pulled the bottom. It's combust. It's definitely combust. I heard it that time. It's combust. So they had somebody run up right side, and then Dev went up left side, and they pulled all of it. No lust. They don't have lust here.
This is spicy. I don't know if this is tenable on higher keys, but absolutely going ham on these ads. They are slowly making their way up to the second boss. Yeah, the first boss is already down. It's a great POV. We're going to have some fun watching this weekend. I just love the numbers, and we know that mages are good at just standing around and doing damage. And he is certainly
oh, he doesn't have combust this time, so it...
on the team.
Oh, there was combust. Okay. Yep. Let's see if he gets it again. Where's his... All right, his Sun King's at 5, so that's the... It's at 6 now. That's the buff in the middle of the top there. 7. He should have a free combust with his next Pyroblast. Let's see. Oh, he didn't use it, though. Oh, yep, there it was. It's definitely combust. Gummy Penguin, you win. It was combust. You were right.
We should have run a prediction. This was a missed opportunity. Admins, why didn't we run a prediction? I don't know, but I'm definitely going to have words with the person responsible for running the Twitch channel right now.
Is this the Spider-Man meme?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I gotta say, though, Air Force currently making some good progress and a very cinematic POV right now. You can't tell me that this is not satisfying to watch.
Oh, so we switched their POV. We have Venom now instead of Driss. So look at that clean UI.
Oh, look at how... Look, I just appreciate a player that's willing to take one for the broadcast and symmetrically line up the floor patterns. Thank you very much.
It's such a nice, clean UI. I hope our friend in the background is taking notes right now. I'm sure he'll message me in a minute.
On UI personally. Yeah, that's not surprising. And there we go. Air Force gets that down. No problem. Ukraine with another big pull. They are actually skipping the stairs. They were all grouped up there for a moment, and then the tank just said, nah, I'm running. See you in a bit. Kill everything while it follows me.
Yeah, let's get to Alteris faster. See if we can... I think it just confirms it, honestly. With these big pulls and as fast as they're trying to get to everything, that's it. They're just calling AFG out. It's a direct challenge.
Frontal.
It could also simply be a matter of practice, right? These dungeons are a mystery up until 15 minutes before gameplay starts. So if teams, think, oh, you know what, they ran XYZ dungeons during the Summer Clash, we're gonna practice those. Or maybe they won't pick those, so we're gonna pick something new. That's, part of it is what have you practiced? What combinations have you played? Have you been playing on live? These are all factors. And look, if this is Air Force's weakest dungeon, I think them just saying, let's just get it done. I don't want to come back here. I do not want to set foot in Vortex Pinnacle after Friday. That's a reasonable choice to make.
I don't disagree, but I think you need to play it a little bit smarter and see, okay, we definitely struggle with this one. Let's get some 21s on the board for those other two dungeons and then come back and just knock out Vortex Pinnacle as high as we can before the end of the night. Oh, they tried to skip, but he pulled it anyways.
Not what you want to be seeing. But it's
I
also
don't know
a
if it
50.
was maybe an unintentional mind soothe, just enough to let everybody get past, and then the tank can pull it. It's almost what it looked like.
That said, hopping back to the quad, the Air Force with a wipe. They're not going to reset, though. They are going to run back while Ukraine is on their heels. Warrior Gamer have decided they are moving on to Underrot. They want to get some easy points on the board, just like Ukraine and the British Combined Arms. A reasonable choice. They've seen Vortex Pinnacle and said, you know what? You guys have fun with that.
Yeah, I'm still baffled that Air Force Gaming decided to keep going. I thought, knowing how they usually go, I'm surprised they didn't just try to reset that. But that just, I'm gonna beat the, I'm gonna say dead Murloc, and it's just a time investment.
Is that the phrase? Don't beat a dead
That's it.
Murloc?
Yeah, that's right. If you're using a phrase over and over, it's don't beat a dead Murloc. But I'm going to. They've invested so much time in this dungeon today so far. It's just keep it going.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. The British Combined Arms, they are getting frozen, but making good progress. I think we didn't expect any difficulties with Halls of Infusion. These affixes are not meant to pose a particularly difficult wall for the teams. The fact that Vortex Pinnacle is surprising. I'm very curious about what tomorrow and Sunday will bring.
Yeah, we like you said, we know what these dungeons are for tomorrow and Sunday, but these teams have no idea. They weren't able to practice even today's affixes. We didn't tell them till right before the broadcast, so they weren't able to just pinpoint our affixes and dungeon combinations and practice them as much as they wanted. It was a surprise to them as much as it was to you guys as the viewers. So they could run, ideas. A lot of times you'll see teams run a tyrannical, bursting, volcanic, because it's a decently easy combination for most dungeons. And then to come in and see fortified, incorporeal, spiteful, vortex, pinnacle. I guess I could see maybe where their frustration was, but Ukraine seems to be doing okay with it, so
We'll have to see. We do know Ukraine is only on the 15. Air Force is currently sitting
That's
on the
true.
21. So there are big differences in key level there. We'll keep an eye on it. In the meantime, I want to see how Warrior Gamer is doing on their first Underrot, and just, have a bit of a sneak peek here.
yeah, we gotta keep an eye on our defending champs here for Summer Clash. They came out swinging in the Summer Clash.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, this is very bright.
Yeah.
Admins have confirmed they are running a brightness potion, which
Wow.
I wonder what tactical advantage this gives. I will say both players have it, so it's not just like one person needed to turn up their gamma. This is something that the team is doing.
I almost wonder if it's just a play on most with MDI and Great Push and Keystone Master. You'll see people, they'll use the Inky Black Potion to make the whole environment darker, and maybe they just want it to be different than everybody else.
Just because.
Yeah, why not?
I can't think of a tactical advantage that it would give you, unless perhaps it's visibility of the pat mobs to make sure you don't pull anything in that run up to Crag, but
Yeah, I could see that, I guess. But even then, you have the nameplates,
right? It's an interesting choice. I'm not complaining. From an audience perspective, I think being able to see what's going on is certainly welcome.
Oh, they pull the Death Speaker and the Guardians onto Kragmaw. That's it's okay for this 15, but I wonder how bold that is for going into the 21 later on.
Yeah, definitely something I don't expect to see in higher keys, but they're feeling very comfortable. Their healer clearly has everything under control. I don't think Warrior Gamer are stressed. I think they'll be the team to watch on day 3 to see how their strategy has held up. But right now, the keys are just too low to be posing these guys too much of a challenge.
Yeah, going into that 15, they're just like, you know what? Let's have some fun with it, pull some extra stuff, make it go quick, and then let's jump into that 18 and that 21.
I do believe Ukraine just finished their Vortex Pinnacle. I'm waiting to confirm. That seemed so fast. They are back in Valdraken. And they are moving in. Let's take a look. Yes, confirmed. Ukraine has finished the Vortex Pinnacle. A plus 3'd 15. Wow.
Yeah, they're not even going to waste time. They're going to jump back into that 18 and they're going to keep pushing. They want to catch up. They want to show us that they're not afraid of these affixes.
I think I know who I'm keeping my eye on for the rest of this morning.
Yeah, being the newcomers to our whole events and everything, it's nice to see they weren't nervous, they weren't scared. They just jumped in and said, you know what, it's the same game we play every day. Just do it.
Yep, absolutely. And I do want to bring to everybody in the audience's attention that we are running a special charity incentive for the AFDL Fall Clash. All donations made to our GoFundMe during the month of October will be going towards non-lethal medical aid for Ukraine. So if you want to type !charity, !GoFundMe in the chat, and you can help us support this fantastic initiative. Since, they're here hanging out with us, we can support them in turn.
Dance.
Absolutely.
Run away.
Let's see, they jumped in, man. They fired right off. They're already on that second pull, not slowing down. Oh, they let the banish get off though. Now Dev, our weak aura has been temporarily CC'd. Can't get your combust weak aura if you're stunned. It's like British Combined Arms are going right back into that Halls of Infusion again.
As expected.
Run away. Dance.
That is a big
Dance. Pull. I heard a runaway. Dance.
I do think this is probably the best combination of weak aura sounds.
Run away.
Yeah, our cat meow weak aura in our first event, I believe that was during spring that we had the cat meow, and that was fantastic. But the combust weak aura and then the runaway dance, it almost reminds me of Castle Nathria.
I knew that's what you were gonna go for.
Sachet left.
Such a great fight. I thoroughly enjoyed that boss.
Oh. I just want to go do that fight again just to hear those call-outs.
This is why I just have a library of sounds to trigger. No one can hear them but me, but I have a great time.
Watch your step.
I will say, running the brightness potion, Warrior Gamer, it takes me a few minutes to figure out where they are in the dungeon.
Yeah, it almost throws me a little bit to try to find each character. Like, all right, what point are they at, and where is everybody? Because you can see the enemy nameplates, but you can't see. I almost wonder if that's why. Normally, you do put a marker on the tank, but they have a marker on DPS as well. Maybe they actually can't see each other, and they're marking to be able to see each other.
It's entirely possible. Ivan Fordring in the chat is wondering what the leaderboard looks like right now. You can check out the ! Leaderboard for the updates at any moment. It is still neck and neck. Teams have completed 18s, a couple of 21s. They're starting to move into their second dungeons. We will give you a full update at halftime, which is coming up relatively soon, actually, in just under an hour. But it's still too early to call. These teams are all having different difficulties, different strengths, different strategies. Sometimes on day one, you know, when you get one person or one team that's clearly doing something different, it gives you a little bit to theorize on. But right now, there's just no clear winner.
Yeah, it's really close. And even, you know, British Combined Arms came in and said, we know we're the underdog. We didn't get as much practice as everybody else, and we're still going to put our best foot forward. And they're still keeping up for the most part. They're not just lagging behind. They're actually putting forth a good effort and keeping up.
And we know that they've got the push because the very first dungeon of the day, they were in the lead until Ukraine snuck up on them. So we know that the British Combined Arms can absolutely bring the heat.
Oh, yeah.
This fight definitely looks a little bit more normal from the Warrior Gamer tier. Just in the dark depths of this.
Not seeing it so bright.
No, I think if this was all light mode, the audience's eyes might just fall out of their heads.
Yeah, we would have some bleeding eyes for sure. Yeah, they're doing a good job here. Granted, like you said, it's a 15, but I mean, they're staying about as topped off as you would expect on this fight with the stacks going out. Oh, they're not even going to... Oh, there they go. They looked like they weren't going to clear their stacks there for a second. They were just going to pump through it.
Doing pretty good.
Which way, the Weak Aura says? Probably that way.
But is that way this way?
No, it's the way.
And there we go. Warrior Gamer with a comfortable Underrot 15.
Yeah, that's... So the only thing... Let's see, they don't have a Vortex on the board yet. But I think push the easy dungeon, push the Underrot, and then they can come in. Or they might see that Ukraine has issued a challenge to Air Force Gaming and say, you know what? We want to get in on that too.
I think at this point, we know the 21 Underrot is imminently doable. I think they just knock it out. That was a very clean run. That was, you know, an easy 3 chest. I think they just, yeah. And as we can see, they're getting ready to roll right back in.
Yep. Head right back in. Get it done and get that 21 on the board, and then take your time on Vortex.
U.S. Air Force. I see a loading screen, but I didn't see how we got there. Was that a completed dungeon? Admins, can you let us know?
Looks like
they got the 21 done.
Oh, they finished the 20. Was it a double or a triple? I'm going to hope for a triple, guess double.
I don't know. Do you really hope for the triple? Do you think they can do the 24? It was a double, but even still, a 23?
They can do the 23. It's going to be how well they do the 23, though.
And how many tries?
Yeah, I think at that point, though, stop the Vortex. Go to Underrot. It's quick. You know, it's an easier one. It's quick. Get it done and go.
Well, let's see. We did just enter a loading screen. Teleporting to...
Looked like maybe a reload. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he swapped to the Fury Warrior.
Oh.
Interesting.
Changing up comp. That makes me think we're changing up dungeons.
5, 4, 3, 2.
They're gonna take their time. In the meantime, we have Warrior Gamers starting up their 18 Underrot. That brightness.
It's a lot.
So bright.
It genuinely, the colors are the same as the Florin Valdragon or
Yeah.
Vortex Pinnacle.
Bloodlust.
Oh, they did the big pull and lust at the beginning there.
Shockwave. Targeted.
That's their bright ground lust. It's they got to be doing it for the memes. That's what it is.
Oh, we got another stare POV from Ukraine. Or we almost did. I got really excited. Still a lot
Oh, they're
of
going
numbers.
into the Underrot.
Interrupt. Dispel.
This is a good decision. Air Force, this is a good decision.
Interrupt.
Yeah, I think they're listening. That's what it is. They heard. All right, Underrot's easy. Let's go do that and then move on.
Well, with two teams running up to the 21s, I think this is definitely a good decision. Ukraine making excellent progress on their 18 Vortex Pinnacle, finally heading up to Altaris.
Oh, they're pretty close. Do you think they'll get the triple? Pulling Altaris with only 745-ish left?
That's a tough one. They are a little bit behind the curve. I feel like it's still doable. Their percent is okay. And it's a lot of run and fight.
The weak aura. The return.
Frontal.
Let's pinch in on this. You can see the wind starts coming in.
Buff.
What composition are they running here? They've got Mage, Paladin, Guardian Druid, Evoker, and Priest.
Yeah, that Shadow Priest being able to, PI themselves as well as the Fire Mage, plus the augmentation Evoker given the Fire Mage, the
Frontal.
buffs. It looks like they took a late tornado there. Did it just for fun because the boss was dead anyways, so...
Just a flex.
Yeah, just to say, you know what? I can do that too. I don't have to blink over it. Alright, let's see if they do the Mind Soothe and run past again. They're running past it now. Yep, so it was on purpose.
I wonder
Yep.
why that is.
It looks like it's so that everyone can get comfortably past them, run to the top, and LOS them. Because otherwise, you're going to have to fight them down there, spread out, with the healing casts going off, when you could pull them to the top and possibly pull that other pack with it. We'll see if they do. Oh, I think they're going to. They did. So they're double pulling it. That's why they're doing it like that.
That makes sense. And of course, you do not want these mobs to be standing in the glowing triangle. That would be a terrible, terrible thing to allow. Back in the old days, these packs used to be killers.
Oh yeah, if you're not standing in there when it targets you, it'll still melt you really quick. And there it is.
You can see the players just dipping their toes back into the corner of the triangle. Like, I suppose it's a pyramid because it's three-dimensional. But
Yeah.
this isn't a geometry show.
No geometry here. I can't add.
Inside.
I can barely read.
That's not... That hurt my soul.
I did it for you.
Oh my gosh.
Shapes and numbers and squares.
Oh, we have Dart in chat says we can do the 24, 26, and 28 too. Those are strong words.
It's, confidence. Confidence is key in these events. This is the star pack that I thought they would skip. Being unfortified. You can skip these ones. But if they skipped anything earlier in the dungeon, you can't. So I guess they feel more comfortable fighting these stars than anything else. And they're dealing with them, so yep, no problem there. B's doing a great job of keeping everybody topped off. Another Mindsu. This one looks like it'll be an actual skip. This is probably why they fought those stars. They don't want to fight this. Well, that's the double adept pack, so 2 healers in that pack, you don't want to fight it. Best weak aura ever.
You have some strange metrics for best.
It's so great. Oh, Heroic didn't get in the pyramid, though. Got melted by the lightning lasso. Or is it lightning lash? Yeah, lightning lasso is shamans. I know what I'm talking about, I promise.
Dr. Jones in chat has faith. They're not going to do it today, but they could totally do it.
Yeah, they're just getting comfortable today. That's it.
Talking about the Air Force making progress in Vortex Pinnacle, of course, just like the Ukrainians are. In the background, we've got 2 underrots going, as well as a Hall of Infusion. Nothing crazy to report. The British team is just about to take down the Watcher, and underrot is underrot.
I'll be honest, I almost corrected you there. I thought Warrior Gamer was in Vortex Pinnacle.
Because
it's so bright in there. Yeah, I said to myself, no, that's a Vortex. That's not Underrot. It's too bright in there. Nope, that's Underrot.
I really want to know the reason why. I hope they tell us, even if it takes till Sunday, even if it's a day 3 confessional, I hope we find out what the logic behind the potions is.
It's all psychological warfare. That's all it is. They're just doing it to psych us out, make us think they have this crazy strategy, make everybody nervous.
I mean, if they're doing something different, then they clearly have the strategy. There's no thinking involved.
Fair. No thinking involved. I like it.
Psyops at its finest. But this is it. Is it really a double bluff? Is having the potion to make people think that the potion is relevant to your strategy its own psyop strategy? And there is no relevance, right? You could get into some really deep thoughts here.
Listen, you're saying a lot of things. I approve, but so much strategy. Oh, look at all the numbers. Just annihilated that pack.
That was very satisfying to watch. I don't think they are going to be able to 3-chest this at this point.
I don't know. It's fortified. Oh, they don't have the lust, though.
Right?
I don't,
1 minute on the timer. The boss is at 90% health. It may be possible if they can pump
doable.
and just absolutely crush him. Maybe, but we're talking a second, 2 on the clock, surely. 50 seconds remaining. They did just do 30% health in 10 seconds, I will say.
Yeah, they are absolutely pumping to not have lust right now.
And they need the 21 to maintain the lead they have, or the potential lead, I suppose, at this point, over the Air Force in this dungeon. Because if they get the 20, they're going to spend extra time making up, the times that Air Force had to reset, and it'll even things out a little bit. So 20 seconds left for 40% seems like a lot, but they are going to have the opportunity to burn him in just a moment.
I think I know the difference. They have a completely ranged group, whereas Air Force Gaming had 2 melee.
No. 8 seconds left. Oh, wow, that hurt. 4, 3... No, they are not
they don't get
going to
the
make
triple.
the 3 chest. But 2 is acceptable. They are still ahead. As far as this dungeon goes, only 2 teams have entered it. The 20 is not a bad key whatsoever. I would have
8
loved to see the
seconds.
21, but... And they had 1 death, so that's 3 seconds over time. They wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, even with, like I was saying earlier, when you die, it's not just the 5 seconds you lose for the death itself. It's also your DPS loss, the DPS loss of the person rezzing you. Like, it's a lot of time you lose. And I actually think the difference maker there would be the comp difference. They don't have to leave out for that boss's mechanics. That's why they were able to burn that. Even if the rest of the dungeon was a little slower, that boss might have been a little faster than everybody else's, because they don't have to worry about, oh, I lost damage, leaving the boss's melee range. They can just keep pumping.
Can we just appreciate that the Warrior Gamer and Air Force teams were fighting the same boss at the same time, and their screens look nothing alike? I will never stop being satisfied with that.
I need more boogie down.
We'll see what we can do about that.
Run, dance, boogie down.
Caster donation incentive, just saying.
Oh, man.
They are choosing to go straight back in for the 20. That's a good choice. They did not struggle in the 18 nearly as much as we thought they would, based on how this dungeon is rolling. I feel like Ukraine's performance has to give a little bit of hope to the British Combined Arms and Warrior Gamer.
I think it's something to note for some of these teams. They have some really high-level players, too, like Powerhouse. He's a really high-level ranked augmentation evoker. You have Venom on the Air Force team, he's on track. They actually, I believe, have possibly 2 players on track to get the seasonal achievement for the top 0.1%. There's a lot of really good players on these teams.
Oh, absolutely. You cannot write these players off. This might not be quote-unquote professional Mythic Plus, but these guys are no slouch. That's what makes this tournament so fun, in my opinion, because you're playing at a level that is, better than the average player. You're getting to showcase some really cool stuff, but there's always just a little bit of threat in the background.
Man, Marielle, I wonder if there's a place you could go to track these achievements and these ratings for these players.
That's an excellent point. I feel like if such a place did exist, then perhaps it might be with our partner, Raider.io.
It just might be. Raider.io is the premier platform for PvE players, tracking millions of hours of Mythic Plus runs, supporting community events, and working hand-in-hand with Blizzard for MDI. Raider.io has become a household name for World of Warcraft players. You can go to Raider.io and join their community. It's awesome. You can track your character, you can track other characters, how you line up with specs. You can find the top player in that spec, and then you can look at their build, their gear, all of that stuff, and compare it with yours.
No, definitely some useful tools, and we are super happy to have Raider.io as a partner for the AFDL. I thought I just saw... Never mind, we're good. No caster curse. I can only cast a curse in Vortex Pinnacle. We've established this. Vortex Pinnacle is the only dungeon where caster curses are allowed. I still have to curse the British Combined Arms and Warrior Gamer at least once to make it fair.
So we have heard that the weak aura from Ukraine isn't combust. It's certain different proc chances they have on that character can proc that weak aura.
Oh, so it's like flexible.
Yeah, it's not just one buff. It's a few other buffs that do it.
Well, how were we supposed to guess that, guys? Can you fix that? Can you just set your weak auras to be one specific trigger so that the casters can have some fun with some guessing games? I don't think that was fair. I think that was very cruel.
Yeah, why can't you set your weak auras to do what we want them to do?
Yeah, exactly. If we can determine where people put things on their UI, can't we decide their weak auras too?
Exactly. All right, Air Force Gaming. Finishing up Unbound Abomination. They're on the last visage right now.
There it
Done.
goes. Boom,
5
baby.
minutes remaining.
Boom, baby. That is going to be it. That is their first underrot on the scoreboard, bringing their total up to a nice, pretty 36.
So now, do you think it hurt them pushing that vortex for so long and just now getting the 15? You have other teams who have 21s and 20s on the board for other dungeons and are in that same level for their second dungeon.
Do I think it hurt them? I think it hasn't hurt them yet, if I'm honest. I think we're still at that stage where other teams need to take advantage of that lost time. But if they don't, the difference still isn't too great. It's only a dungeon of difference.
That's fair. I don't know. I think they need to be a little more cognizant of the time management boss.
That's, of course, entirely possible. You can see they are electing to go back. Warrior Gamer making a decision whether they go for another Underrot or hop over to the Halls of Infusion. Or they've actually done that, sorry. Whether they go to Vortex Pinnacle. And they do go for
Back
the
to
Underrot.
Underrot. Yep. And I don't see any comp change. They're just going to stick with it. I mean, if it works, don't change it, right?
Yeah, we have seen other teams over the course of the year in the different Clash events choose to bring lots of different characters, change their comps out. We saw 4 DPS comps during some of the previous events.
Oh.
It's not a given that these teams are going to run these rosters all weekend. It's entirely possible that as soon as they see a particular dungeon, they go, oh, we've got something special for this. But for the most part, right now, I think the only roster swap we've seen is from the Air Force.
Yeah, that's moving from the Feral Druid to the Fury Warriors, the only one we've seen. Everybody else is pretty comfortable and set with what they're running.
Yeah, Ukraine's pretty happy with the meta. British Combined Arms, I think, are just happy to play what they're comfortable on.
Yeah.
And I will do some digging to find out if Warrior Gamer has changed much of their roster since the last event. I believe they have 1 new player on the team, but I don't know whether that's impacted their actual team compositions. I'll do some research.
Yeah, I don't think they had a change. You know what? Yeah, they added a player. I believe is what it was. They added their sub. But I don't think they played today, so far. We still have over 3 hours left for regulation today as day 1.
The British team with 2 down, not really where we want them to be, but still likely to kill this. I don't think that's going to be a problem when it's solo. There we go. I imagine the res will come out and they will just keep rolling.
Yeah, I'm surprised Air Force Gaming is taking as long to get started.
It is curious. They could be taking their break. As many of you may know, there is 15 minutes of break time that players need to take over the course of the day. Sometimes they like to take it in small pieces. Sometimes they like to just go, no, we're done, 15 minutes, come back. But it could be that, just taking a moment to strategize and reset after the struggles that they have, get their mind games, really, really clear. There's also stuff going on in the background. We take logs. There could be things that they're dealing with as far as tournament admin. So lots of potential reasons for this. It doesn't stress me out too much just yet. As I said, I think it's really going to be up to these other teams to take advantage of the opening that Air Force has left them. And if they don't, I think it'll come out in a wash. Let's take a quick look in. I don't know where I want to go. I think I want to watch the British team run the waves. I think that's where it's going to be fun. If we can get that up off the quad, that would be fantastic. There we go. That's what we want to see. Again, a really ranged composition, and then the Demon Hunter, who has plenty of mobility to deal with this. So definitely not going to be too much of a problem here. Once they pull the Primal Tsunami, we will see how the run back goes. All it takes is one step to be out of line, and you can wipe this for your whole team. How's everybody doing in chat, by the way? I can see we've got a bunch of new faces and usernames that I don't recognize, so I hope you are enjoying the show this weekend. There is a lot going on, and it is all being brought to you by our presenting partner, Chaos Creative, who are responsible for bringing this to all of you and making sure that these wonderful teams get the visibility that they deserve for their hard work. It's wonderful to be able to run these events. We are not done. There is more coming for the rest of this year, so make sure you stick around for an announcement at the end of day 3 to find out the future of the league. I know we usually have a lot of family and friends hanging out in chat, so if you're supporting a particular team, if you're here to support a particular player, give them a shout out. We know that they like to lurk, they like to see what's going on the broadcast, and, you know, they'll probably see your message. It can be a good morale boost, so don't be shy. If you're new, drop a message in the chat, say hello. Here it is. The Primal Tsunami has finally spawned. Let's see what we got going on as the team slowly rolls up. Healer trying to get everybody topped up.
Finally past the wave wall.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see on that turnaround whether they brought those droplets with them. Yes, looks like they're coming. Not going to be too much of an issue. Again, this is only an 18. This is a nice, very Miss Pandaria vibe fight, in my opinion. But I don't foresee there being too much of a challenge here.
Yeah, you know, it's nice bringing those droplets in sometimes, because then you have the Destruction Warlock who can havoc off of it and get that extra damage, throw some extra incinerates out and get some shards. Oh, but he goes down.
You know, I shouldn't have said anything.
See, it's the caster curse.
It may not have been Vortex Pinnacle. I'll knock it off anyway. The only team left is Warrior Gamer. I'm coming for you, Worf. You're the only team I've got.
You had to give him one.
I had to be positive, but here we go. Finally being wiped back. This is the bit that I always enjoy watching. This is where the greatest potential for failure is. You have to dodge these orbs. You have to be paying attention further ahead than where your character is currently walking. If you aren't paying attention, these big wave puddles will do exactly that. They will catch you in the wrong pixel and you will be sent way, way back. Thank goodness it was our Demon Hunter who has the ability to just rush it back. But
yeah, it was nice seeing Cheerio use the rescue. That rescue comes in so handy in that intermission phase there, being able to save the wheelchair warlocks there.
Well, when you run out of gates, what other maneuverability do you have?
Yeah, you can only do so much. I mean, they're not as bad as a Death Knight, but
in front of the other.
They're doing a good job though so far, keeping everybody up on this pull. They had the one death at the beginning, but it looks like they I say it, but Scar got really low there. Oh no! I had to say something.
This is why we keep our mouths shut during boss fights.
I had to give somebody one today. So,
But the problem is, now that you've done it to one, you have to do it to the other three.
oh no.
These
Well,
are the rules. I don't make them. I mean, I literally make them, but,
it's only fair.
really looking forward to when you have to curse AFG.
Oh man.
The
Good
moral
luck,
dilemma.
AFG.
That's it. That's your attempt at a caster curse. They're not even on screen right now, man. Weak.
They'll get theirs.
Oh, looks like that is going to be a wonderful floor POV as the team runs back, waiting for the elemental to respawn. They've got to take care of these other little guys first. It could be worse.
I'm a little sad. I happen to look over, and I don't see any bright lights from Warrior Gamer anymore.
You don't see any bright lights?
Yeah, the room's not bright anymore.
Some rooms are brighter than others.
Yeah, but it just doesn't seem like they have the potion on anymore. I'm a little disappointed.
They did earlier. It does wear off. Like, you have to re-drink these things. And I can confirm that it's still on because the backup POV is bright white. So I'm thinking that the
He
main
just didn't
Warrior Gamer
refresh
kinda
the
died.
buff.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
Oh, Cheerio went down again?
No, I think was still down. I don't think...
I
they've
thought
come
they got
to
him back
life.
up.
I do not think so. Oh! That's it.
Wait, they got him?
12 deaths. I think that's only a +1.
Yes, they missed it by a couple seconds.
Ouch. So they've got a 19 in their pocket. I think it's... You just go back and do the 19 and try and get your 21.
Yeah. Yep. I think you avoid Vortex as long as you can. Get the other ones up as high as you can, and then work on it. Oh, looks like maybe a character swap. Yep, going to Priest. They forgot to go back to Valdraken. I almost cursed myself and said Ouroboros.
Oh. No. We are in the
Yikes.
future, my friend.
Yeah, my apologies, everybody. Didn't mean to time travel on you.
Air Force Gaming and Warrior Gamer still making progress in Underrot. I think we'll see them for a little while. The big ticket is when these keys start getting maxed out. We'll be meeting up the halftime break in just over 25 minutes. And then that'll be when I think players' mindsets start to shift. When they go, okay, there's only 2 hours left. That's going to be, X number of runs. Do we want to try and max out one of the easier dungeons? Do we want to get some of the points in Vortex Pinnacle? I think everybody except the British team has... No. Both Warrior Gamer and the British team still haven't touched Vortex Pinnacle.
Yep. They are avoiding it like the plague right now. And Ukraine just had a wipe there on some of the trash pull. They still have time for the double chest if they can get there. Looks like they'll have their lust back by the time they get to the last boss.
But
Gotta
it
love that
looks
they
like
added
it's
that
gonna only be
speed
a
buff.
+2.
Yeah, I think they get the +2.
I mean,
Going for the skip.
excuse me, I breathed funny. But if they get the 22 and then they complete it, that will put them at the highest key for this dungeon. And sometimes that one extra point holds out all the way to day 3.
Yeah, it's you got to secure that lead on the first day. It's a wipe on Kragmaw for Warrior Gamer. The weak aura agrees.
Not where I would have expected a wipe. I think we need to punch in on this a little bit. They're back at Valdraken.
Yeah, they're going for the reset on that 21 Underrot.
Let's
All right,
take a
Ukraine
look.
cleaned it up.
An alternate POV here. See where they go. Surely they just go right back in.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And you do it quick. Go in, get your buffs, go.
Come on, guys. Go in, get your buffs. Go. We believe. And you can see here they still have that potion running.
Oh, yep, I see it now. Yep. It is bright. Look at it.
This
It
is
almost
also a
doesn't
new
look like
POV,
Underrot.
So new weak aura potential.
Oh, true. I'm not going to hear the run dance.
Not this
Boogie
time.
down. I need a weak aura now that when I get a buff or use a cooldown, it just says boogie down.
Do it. Find a reason. Make it work. 43 seconds until Lust comes back up. There goes the ready check.
And they'll get the Lust reset when the dungeon starts. I'm not sure why they haven't put the key in yet. Maybe triple checking everything.
Those look like the right affixes to me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And here we go. Back
There they
into
go.
Underrot. One more.
I think it was a smart move with the reset, though. You were only at Kragmaw. You hadn't quite gotten to Spore Collar. You get the wipe, and you say, okay, let's clean it up. Let's go back, run it back again, and try to clean it up this time to secure the double on that 21.
Oh, we got your whistle back.
Yes.
Summer Ash.
Oh my.
Ooh, getting hit pretty hard. The frontal does so much damage on those.
Definitely a spicier first pull than we really want to see.
Did they? Yeah, they lusted, so they popped the lust there. So by the time they get to Kragmaw, they should have it back.
I'm just checking on the scoreboard to see where everybody else is sitting. Right now, Air Force Gaming is 3 points behind, but they're tied with the British Armed Forces. So it's really still anybody's game.
Yeah, that's... it's not like we've had a couple in the past where the first day somebody gets just a clear-cut first day lead. It's... You've got a lead, but it's not a big lead.
All right, finally making their way to Lexa. I want to quickly hop back over to Ukraine because they are just about...
Perfect
Just
timing.
about working on a side here. Very close to the 2 chest. They need that 2 chest. Well, they really, really want that 2 chest. If they just get the 21 and then they clear it, that's still okay. They're still ahead of, if not even with, the Air Force's pace. But the 22 and then going in to complete it would be... Ooh, looks like they got it with 22 seconds on the clock. Congratulations to Ukraine. That's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, that one gives them their lead back. So that takes them from the 18 to the 20. So they're going to sit at 41 points. So they're still only 18 to the 20. So they're still only 2 points ahead of Warrior Gamer now. So if Warrior Gamer can pull this dungeon off, they can actually get in the lead, not just take that tie back, but take the lead.
So that puts their completed Vortex Pinnacle up to a 20.
Oh, sorry. They would tie if Warrior Gamer gets this 21. Right?
No.
I was right the first time, right?
I think you were right. You know what? Too many numbers, man. Too many numbers.
Yeah, remember I said I can't do numbers and shapes and I can't read, so.
That's okay. Warrior Gamer currently has their 18 in Underrot and a 21 in the Halls of Infusion. When they complete this 21, they'll have a pair. That'll put them in first place. Right now, Ukraine is in the lead with a 20 and a 21. Getting the 22 would eke them back out on top of Warrior Gamer.
Yeah, I think you try to get that third dungeon done now.
Oh, really?
I
disagree.
I think you get Halls of Infusion because that's a big jump in lead. Getting that 15 points.
But if you can secure the 22 points, you then force every other team to consider going back to Vortex Pinnacle and spending 30 minutes to get a single point. I think just having that safety of the 22 is totally worth going back one more time.
That's fair. I don't know though. We've seen teams try to do that in the past, and then it either makes their lead really, really close, or they end up losing that lead because they didn't go ahead and secure the early leads.
I disagree. I think the times when we see it fail are when teams go, oh, we got the 22? No, let's just try and get one more. Let's get that 23 because we one-chested. Let's get it too. And then they fail the 23. And that's where I think it kills them, is not knowing when to stop. I think with how they did the 20, the 22 is achievable.
I think the whole situation just creates a lot of chaos.
It certainly does. There's too much, in fact. Like, we look at this quad, this very, very beautiful quad that is only possible due to our amazing production partner. And sometimes I just think, where would we be without them,
I just want to do a throwback to our great friend Barn Door from the very first, when it was AFDC, and say we just have a lot of creative chaos.
I have so many
Barn Door,
thoughts.
I hope you watch this. I hope somebody clips that and gives it to Barn Door.
Interesting. Both the Ukrainians and the Brits have decided to take their break a little early. We have heard back. So it is just the Underrot race between our two Clash veterans, I suppose. We've got a side-by-side. Let's take a peek.
They're Ukraine's still just sitting in the entrance of Halls of Infusion. Just sitting there.
They're taking a break. They're not going to start soon.
You know what? That's fair.
I mean, I literally just said that.
I know. I want them to keep pushing.
I know, I do too. I wish they were going back for the Vortex Pinnacle. The Halls of Infusion is a safe choice. You can see the visual difference, no question of which team is which for this Underrot. Warrior Gamer up in the top corner, Air Force Gaming in the bottom. They are not neck and neck, but they are progressing the same difficulty, both on the 21. Warrior Gamer needs this to secure first place.
I think Air Force Gaming needs to do the contrast here and use the inky black potion so that we have the brightness and the darkness potion side by side. It would just be beautiful.
It would be a choice.
But they probably wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah, I don't think that would actually help them do the dungeon. But look, if you really want AFG to lose, you go ahead and suggest that.
Whoa, that's not what I meant.
It's not what you meant?
This isn't where I give them their curse.
Craig, not too much challenge. The healer is doing their job on both teams. Oh! Never mind. Minor panic. Chrysler averted.
Panic.
I have to be very careful here because Warrior Gamer needs to be cursed, but not Air Force. So I can't risk it.
Well, I could use my curse here.
You could. You do need to curse both of these teams at least once.
I don't know though. It would seem kind of favoritism-ish if I use it for Warrior Gamer right here.
It would. You got to save it for the right moment.
I probably just made up my own word, favoritism-ish, so that's fine. Not a literary genius.
Oh, no. I know what you did. I know why you said that, too. No, I do not accept it.
I hope he's watching, too.
I do not accept it. The Air Force Gaming will not accept a loss as they take out Elder Luxura. They defeat their next boss. They move on. Progress is slow, but it is being made.
Progress is progress. They're not doing a bad job. They're getting pretty low at times on Kragmaw, but they're still getting him down decently quick. I'm not worried about their speed on him. They get him down. They're going to move right on. I can't totally see, but it looks like they're... Yeah, it looks like they're going to have Lust for Spore Collar Xantia instead of using it on Kragmaw, which is a bold strategy, Cotton, but it'll probably pan out for him.
Oh, it's very likely.
Dispel.
I will say
Interrupt.
that the British team is back, and they've made their way to the Warden. Slowly making progress on the Watcher. Ukraine, they've just started their timer as well. Looks like they are coming back to the action.
Dispel.
Here
That's
we go.
right.
We've got
Get back in
4
there.
teams ready to run. 2 Halls of Infusion, 2 Underrot. Air Force Gaming has elected... Wait, are they running back?
Oh, no. My curse.
Oh, no.
All right, I used my curse here. I'm sorry, Air Force Gaming.
We'll allow it. We'll allow it. Warrior Gamer is still proving impervious to our attempts to curse them, making good time on this 21, heading up to Xantia. Ukraine just getting started. Nice big pull to start off the Halls of Infusion. Watcher Iridius is down for the British team. Moving on to the Gulping Goliath.
Come on, Air Force Gaming. Don't do this to me. Don't make me look like I cursed you.
There's no make.
Another big pull, though. Well, yeah, they did it on purpose. They heard me say something, and they were like, man, let's make it seem like it was Caster Curse.
I believe you.
Dance.
They're doing a decent job of... Man, look at the Fury Warrior damage on that big pull. Perfect pull size for the Fury Warrior, though, with the Augmentation Evoker buffing the crap out of him. I think Augmentation really made a strange change to how Mythic Plus works now. AOE incoming. I don't know though. It's still not my boogie down weak aura, but I've received a message that somebody might be working on a boogie down week aura, so
This is the power of the AFDL. You request a week aura, and we will disseminate it to teams for our future events.
that's right.
You are only
Everyone
eligible
can
to
have-
compete if you can prove that you have the boogie down week.
That's going to be in the entry requirements and the rules now.
There we go.
Boogie down
2024.
week aura.
Dance.
A week aura with conditions specifically. Yes. Thank you. We appreciate that. And then that'll be like a mini game for the audience and the casters. Is every time we switch POVs, we have to figure out which
Yep.
ability the different players have linked that sound effect to.
Run out. Dance.
Flannel.
I appreciate
All right,
those.
so far, yeah, beep beep, wee. And now I need an R2D2 week aura also.
Now you're
But
just
it's got to be
getting
like
way too crazy.
it's got to be like when he got hit and it was like wah. Yeah, it sounded like more like Mario though.
How specific?
Yeah, that was Mario moments. Hashtag Mario moments.
Wah! That one?
Yep, that was it.
Here we go. Come on, teams. Watcher Iridius is slowly going down for Ukraine. I want to check their pacing. When we see this boss die, I want to see whether they are in sync with the British team, ahead of the British team, or behind. Because when they started this morning, we noticed that the British team had no problem getting ahead in Underrot, but Ukraine caught up. I'm curious to watch, now that we have another side-by-side, if that's something that they can do again.
Interrupt.
Yeah, they are in the 15 though, compared to the 19. So, but if they do pull ahead, that's far enough ahead, I guess.
Shockwave.
I guess the inverse of that, if they aren't ahead, that would be not so good for them. To be not ahead on the 15 compared to the 19.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Dodge.
Not ahead on the 15.
Yeah, if they're not further ahead on the 15 or killing it faster on the 15
Watch
than
your step.
BCA did on the 19, then that would be troubling for them.
Right? That's exactly it.
Shockwave.
This is the one dungeon we haven't seen them do. We're
Shockwave.
just trying to keep an out. We're trying to keep an eye out
Shockwave.
for these weak points. Like 4 minutes and almost 5 minutes into the dungeon to kill Watcher Iridius on the 15.
Interrupt.
So,
Watch your step.
oh, I can't tell what their actual time was for BCA. Just what their, I guess,
We'll be able to check
the
out
remaining
the
time. Yeah.
Shockwave. Shockwave. Shockwave.
Let's see. We got. All right. So Warrior Gamer going to Unbound Abomination. Not quite. Well, they have Lust.
They do.
I don't know. A minute and a half, though. That's not a lot of time for a tyrannical abomination. And not even a
Let's
full
take a
minute and a
look.
half.
The others who have completed this 21, let me see what
Bloodlust.
they've got in their pockets. Warrior Gamer, we've got Ukraine has done an Underrot 21. They have a 23 in their pocket. Air Force Gaming is currently working on their 21. And British Combined Arms haven't done it. So they need the 23 at least.
But so that's where the question is, do you purposely get the +2 no matter what? Granted, it looks like they're going to have to go for the +2. They don't have a choice. But in that situation, would you go for the +2 so that you just have that 23 and you're not trying to, push even longer in that 24? Or do you just go for the 24 and try to time it because it's more points?
I think in a slight reversal of what I said earlier, I think on the easy dungeons, you take the easy points and you just match your opponent. Like if you if you have the knowledge that Team B has a 23, don't bother trying for the 24 because you don't need the 24. And you know the 23 is likely doable, right? Whereas if it's a harder dungeon and you know you can get the advantage, you should take it. Because it's, the return on that gamble is potentially much greater.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could understand that. Deucen getting a little low there. I like that he changed his details name to Hunter Meta.
Dodge wave.
Man, that room's filling up really quickly with spores on the ground there. But the only way to cleanse it is also using the circle that cleanses stacks from you. So it's kind of a lose-lose there.
Definitely an interesting boss fight. I don't feel like... I think using the cleansing circle reminds me a little bit of Scovald sometimes. Just as far as, where do you position it? Make sure you're in the right place. It's up to kind of one person to do it right.
Yep.
But it's definitely a much simpler mechanic here, I think. And that is the 21 done and 2-chested. They're now in first place. They are 1 point ahead of the Ukrainian WoW team. They could go back for the 23, knowing that Ukraine has the 23 in their pocket, or they could simply say, no, let's go get some 21s and complete the Vortex Pinnacle.
Yeah, let's see. We got Ukraine 0 deaths, still pushing really fast in that. Halls. Oh, they did the skip on the dragon. That's bold. Well, I guess they'll still have the Mind Soothe if they won't wipe, so they don't have to worry about the Mind Soothe. There you go. There's mine for Ukraine.
That is... I don't know
if they don't wipe, it's wasted.
Yeah, if they don't wipe, it doesn't count. Or at least has to be a couple of deaths. Come on.
All right, Air Force Gaming gets Spore Collar Zencha down. They're going... Oh, they're just doing a wide skip on him. Okay. I was confused. They were going left at first.
The British team is back in Valdrakken. I did not see that dungeon completion, so I'm going to hope admins can let us know whether that was a wipe and reset.
Looks like Warrior Gamer making some gear changes. So I think that means they're gonna switch to Vortex.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, we've seen Ukraine go in and say, yeah, we can get the 20. That's no problem. If Warrior Gamer are feeling confident, which, let's be honest, they have every right to at this point, they probably feel comfortable going and doing the same and then taking a look at where everybody else is. Because we know to get the 20, it's going to take them at least an hour and a half. And we've only got 2 hours and 45 minutes left.
Yeah, we're getting close to the halfway mark for the day. Again, there's 5 hours of regulation in the day. We are at 240 remaining. They gotta make quick decisions at this point. You're at half the day used. You only have half regulation left. I
Yeah.
think this is where you start just getting the dungeons out.
It's a reasonable call. We know that day one can be a make or break. The fact that it's not, I think, bodes really well for the rest of the weekend. Sometimes day one is super action packed. We get a clear leader. It's super exciting. And then the rest of the weekend just can't live up to the hype. So I'm kind of loving the fact that everything's just, sitting on tenterhooks right now.
Yeah, like I said, it's all of our other events. It's been bam, day one. Somebody looks like they can take this event, but yeah, like you said, it's close. There's no clear this person's going to win this event. This is it. It's really close. We get to look at our leaderboard here and see you've got multiple 21s across the board for a few of the teams. The only one that has a completion for every single team so far is Underrot. The other two, you have Air Force Gaming and Ukraine looking at Halls of Infusion, but they're not completed dungeons yet. Underrot is the only one everybody's been comfortable in so far, and we kind of expected that from the beginning.
I think that was definitely never in question. Taking a look over the course of play today so far, Warrior Gamer is in first place with 42 points. Ukrainian WoW a single point behind. Air Force Gaming with 39. And then the British Armed Forces, who are still making progress on their first 21, sitting at 36. It is very close. It is going to be a very interesting day.
Yeah, it's a really good first day so far. Again, reaching the halfway point, they've got to push. You only have 2.5 more hours, a little over 2.5. You have got to push, get the ones you don't have done yet or that are really low. Like if you have an 18, start pushing that 18 up. We see, like you said, Air Force Gaming is already in that 21. British Combined Arms is in a 19 halls right now. They're trying to get their score up a little bit, but you got to start filling in those zeros. You got to start pumping the numbers up.
Yeah, teams are running out of options on day one. As soon as the new dungeon is revealed tomorrow, everything is going to change. Now, we'll see. Teams are still running. We will hop back to the quad while Hothead and I take a quick break. But overall, how do you feel about this weekend?
I don't know. The defending champs are doing really good, but every other team is still keeping up with them. I think it's anybody's game at this point.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. Now, Hothead and I will be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, everybody, keep hanging out. Throw your support to everybody in chat, and we will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. Man, watching over this break has been amazing. So far today, again, as we've said plenty of times, don't beat the dead Murloc, but there is no clear winner so far for the day. And we've started a prediction in the chat that you guys can participate in to see who you think is going to win. But so far, Mary Elliott, it's been a close race.
Yeah, today has been fantastic. As you've pointed out, we've kind of gotten used to having clear front runners at the end of day one, but all of these teams have stepped up to make the Fall Clash probably our most competitive event yet. Teams are 1 point away from each other. The gap between first and last is only 4 points, which is a dungeon and maybe a second, depending on which dungeons we're talking about. It is incredible. I'm going to bring up the leaderboard real quick for us just to see where we are at. These are the same scores we had at the start of the break. A reminder that our current leader is Warrior Gamer with 42 points.
Yeah,
I believe since then, actually, Ukraine has timed some extra keys. They may no longer be in the lead.
Yeah, they've had a good day so far, but it's just such a close race. I think Warrior Gamer expected to be able to come in here as the reigning champs, defending their title, and just boom, we're gonna gun in and take the lead immediately. But it hasn't been like that. They come in, they've got the 21 in Underrot, 21 in Halls of Infusion. They're working on their Vortex Pinnacle now, but it's been a good day for them, but it's been a great day for everybody.
Yeah, it really, really has. I'm excited to jump back into the quad. I think we're going to go straight there just because there's so much action happening. I want to see where we're at. Air Force is still in Underrot. Warrior Gamer has decided to go for the Vortex Pinnacle on their 15. All right, we're going to have to see how this goes. The Brits are in Vortex, and the Ukrainians are still hanging out in Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, it's good to see, I guess good and bad to see Air Force go into this 23 because it's such a dangerous call. You're missing a dungeon on the leaderboard and you're taking the time to push that 23, but nobody else has a 23. So they have something nobody else does if they get this dungeon.
If who gets it? I'm just checking what's in everybody's pockets to make sure that's true. The Air Force, they've got the 23 on the rot that they're working right now.
Yep.
And the only team with a 23 in their pocket is Warrior Gamer. Ukraine has a 22. Oh, hang on. No. Ukraine has a 23 Underrot in their pocket as well.
It's just so close. It's not like we've seen in the past where day one, big winner. Day two, oh, the winner changed, but it's a decent lead. And then day three, all right, yeah, that's definitely a winner right there. It's anybody could take the lead in these next couple dungeons. It takes one good wipe for somebody to fall behind another team.
One good wipe that will certainly be called by one of us at this point.
I'm sure we will.
We have been kinder than usual to these teams. Only one caster curse each from myself. You still have a couple to catch up on. But even then, our curses have not been completely run destroying. They've been, a couple of deaths. Maybe you get a +2 instead of a +3. But all in all, I think I'm proud of us.
Yeah, it hasn't been like a hardcore caster curse of, man, they've got a really good play here and the dungeon's over.
No.
Dang.
There is a lot of action going on, and we are going to do our best to keep you appraised with all of it. Right now, things are rolling, and none of this would have been possible without our amazing production partner, Chaos Creative. They are here to help bring all of this to you and make sure that the Armed Forces Dungeon League gets the eyes on it that it deserves so that these teams can keep being supported. And that's not the only thing we got going on this weekend.
No, we've got this charity we're giving to, we've got the new Ukrainian team here, and we're trying to support them, and show that we do support them. We've got the charity to give tactical, non-lethal medical care to Ukraine. You can donate to our GoFundMe, and anything you cheer, our subs, all of those things right now, we're going to put toward that charity and send over to them. Big thanks to the Ukrainian team, actually, for helping us find the charity that we were looking for, that we wanted to benefit.
Yeah, it was really important to us that we focus on a charity that can provide aid, that is focused on training individuals with medical skills, and just making sure that people can come home safe so that the armed forces community can keep growing and people can, come back home to have the ability to play games and have some fun with their friends when everything is said and done.
Looks like, speaking of Ukraine, they're going to go back into this Halls of Infusion. We got British Combined Arms about to finish this 15 Vortex. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Vortex is a hard dungeon today with these affixes. They're about to double chest the 15. It's close. They maybe, a couple fewer deaths early on. They could have come back and got that triple, but I'm not going to say Air Force Gaming was right, because, I'm not really one to admit I was wrong per se, but I know somebody on that team also doesn't like to admit they're wrong, so I don't want to give him that benefit of me admitting he was right, saying it's a hard fix combo. But
Right,
it's challenging.
I see. It's challenging. It's just not.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. All right. We'll keep that in mind over the next 2 days when the other dungeons come out and see how much the players hate those.
I think they're going to be great, but I thought these affixes were great too, so here I was.
Here you was.
Here we was. I'm a genius.
Keep an eye on this in the background at the same time, making sure that our prediction is running. We've got a lot of support for the Ukrainians. 73% in favor of the Ukrainians, 20% for Warrior Gamer, 7% for the Air Force. We got no love for the British team right now, though.
Come on.
Do you believe they can make a comeback?
I think they can at least make a stand. They can show that they came here prepared to show that they have a place here.
What a resounding endorsement.
A resounding maybe.
Ooh, Warrior Gamer now in the lead in this prediction with 59%. Someone dropped a lot of points to make that happen.
Oof. I'm gonna keep my votes to myself, but man, they did take a commanding lead on the predictions there. Wow. Oh, somebody dropped some for the Ukrainian team. Oh man, they pulled ahead in the prediction here in the last 45 seconds of the poll. I'm sure someone from Air Force Gaming will come in and drop all their points, as I totally don't cast or curse them again. I promise I won't.
Definitely not. They're hanging out full screen with us, thanks to our amazing production partner bringing us all of the action in beautiful high definition. I mean, it's not really high definition. It's 1920. You know what? It's fine. I can say that. I can see. All I care about is I can see the information on the screen to know what's happening, because these players' UIs are...
Yeah.
Actually, this one's not that bad.
It's another clean UI,
I will say, I don't think we've had any atrocities so far.
No, it's been pretty good so far. I don't think we've ever had really terrible ones. We've had some kind of questionable ones, but
I'll check the VODs. I feel like there have been some.
Some not so great ones.
We'll tweet about it later. Air Force came in making their progress here at the door to the final boss. The Unbound Abomination is the only thing that they have left to take down in order to lock in this 23 Underrot, which will give them a nice little lead that they definitely need after the Vortex Pinnacle debacle of this morning. That's officially what I'm calling it now. It is entirely possible that they come straight back in. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Still a little bit to go on the Faceless Disruptor. Then there's the RP, the flying down, pulling the boss. I don't know that we're going to see a 2-chest here. It's a little bit tight, I think.
I have faith. I have faith.
You
They have
faith?
less than 40 seconds for Lust with 3 minutes left, about to go down. I think they have it.
With Lust, that's true. Only 25 seconds remain on that cooldown. I don't know. I still think it's going to be cutting it close. We will see.
I think it'll be close, but I think they get it.
And they
Let's get some AFG hype in chat for them.
As soon as that last player hit the ground, the tank was ready to go. Sitting at still full health. There's a lot of movement involved in this boss. You need to manage your ability to do damage and not stand in things.
All right, so far they're doing okay managing their stacks. Did a good job of pointing the frontal the opposite way after getting rid of the stacks, so not having any mechanical issues. Knock on my desk here. They got the Lust out. Cooldowns are rolling. I don't see... All right, here come the first visages. Key is to either ignore them or keep them stacked on boss for a little extra damage padding. I mean, helping, not padding.
I don't know.
It's never padding if it helps.
They're almost a minute into this pull, sitting at 60%.
Yeah, but it loses a good chunk, another 33% when it drops the ads there. What's the I can't so boss is at almost 70% energy. I don't know. I think they get it.
All right. Well, we'll see if being a believer is profitable. With 1 minute and 12 seconds. I'm not. I'm going to lock in my prediction that this is not going to be a 2-chest. But I think that if it is a +1, they go back and do it.
I think it's a good idea to go to a different dungeon, no matter whether you get the one or two. Yeah.
I did forget they have not touched Halls of Infusion yet.
So
if they had like their 18 done there, I could say stay.
Yeah. So they're getting trinkets and some of their shorter cooldowns coming back up now. I don't know. It's going to be close.
35 seconds? I don't know.
65 energy here. They can do it. It's close. Oh, they're doing their best. They're trying. I don't know, though. 20 seconds at 90 energy. Man, they might not get it.
No, you've committed to being a believer. You have to believe now.
Oh, no. Here come the ads. This is it. Kill the ads. Come on. You can do it. Titan Keeper going to the other one. No! They're going to be just over the 2-chest. Oh,
but with
no.
8 deaths, they absolutely could have done it.
Yep.
6 seconds. That's only 2 of their deaths that cost them that run.
So close. Well done, though.
Good job, Air Force. Let's hop back to the quad real quick while we see what they decide to do. Ukraine still making good progress on their 21, handling that first boss. The Brits and the Warrior Gamer both in Vortex. But the British team is on a 17 and the Warrior Gamer team is on an 18.
Yeah, but it looks like Warrior Gamer's going for that bigger pull that we saw from Ukraine earlier. Up to the pillars, LOS them, get them stacked, and let the Fire Mage just go absolutely bonkers.
There we go. Air Force with the 23 on the board.
It's a good seat for them. I mean, if they start working on that Halls of Infusion now, that 23 sets them apart from everybody right now.
And it looks like that is where they're going to be going.
Yeah, I think that's the smart move. That's now with that 23, that's a good way to just start climbing to the top of that leaderboard. All right, Iridius going down for Ukraine. Let's see if they opt to do the skip in the 21. Nobody else has so far. They're going for the skip.
Interesting fact. I'm taking a look at the details of the scoreboard. Because Air Force does not have any Halls of Infusion, they're sitting only at 44 points. Second place is 57 points. As soon as the Air Force complete a 15 Halls of Infusion, they will have 59 points and be tied with Ukraine for first.
Oh, Ukraine has got to. Here it is. Here's my caster curse for Ukraine. I hope it's not going to be, but I'm going to say it. They have got to get this 21 done and quick. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
this
my curse for the
21
day.
will put them above the 20 threshold in all dungeons. They'll be the first team to do so, and that gives them an opportunity to sit back and think. We know that they've got the 22 in their pocket for Vortex Pinnacle. Do they go back and do that? Do they go do one of their potential 23s? It's an interesting choice. And I love when we get to the end of day one and there is a little bit of spice.
Just enough room for error that a team could steal that first place spot at the start of tomorrow. I like seeing Warrior Gamer use that new ping system they put in the game. That was a bold choice to put that in the game, but I like seeing the players actually use it to effectively communicate with each other.
There's no other way to use that system, Hothead. The only way to use that system is to effectively communicate.
Yes, there is no toxicity in the player base at all. I would never assume any different.
Let's just stand in the fire for a little while, shall we? With Warrior Gamer?
Ah, yeah, with your close-up of the close-up. I love it.
Lots of sparkles. Rosie front and center.
I don't know. I'm not hearing the... Whew.
You make an excellent point. I can fix that.
Ah, yes. There's the air horn I mentioned.
That's what we were looking
it.
for. It's almost like it was a kindness not to have that on blasting the entire time.
Yeah. I don't know. Some people like the air horn.
Only one death as they pull Arteris here. Pretty simple fight. We've not seen much struggle on this. The mechanics are relatively simple. It's either you do them and you win, or you don't and you die. There's no middle ground on this boss. I don't know. I feel like that was a pretty succinct explanation.
It was perfect.
Thank you.
Win or don't. Do or do not. There is no try.
That's exactly right. 8 minutes and 19 seconds. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong timer. 20 minutes left on the clock.
I was going to say, man, they don't have a lot of time.
I had a moment of panic where I just thought, how could they possibly have screwed this dungeon up that badly with only one death? Like, did they just sit and have a picnic?
Yeah, we're just going to chill, you know.
Everything is fine. Sitting at just over 67% trash. We still haven't seen a concise trash strategy from these teams. There's been a lot of, okay, well, this run we'll pull these guys and the next run we'll pull something different. And certainly not a lot of continuity between teams. I'm interested to see whether Warrior Gamer does the hill skip that we've seen already earlier.
Yeah, I think they're I think they're going to do the skip, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. They seem to like doing things differently, different than everyone else likes to do. Though I guess Ukraine is the only one who did the skip in Halls of Infusion so far. So we'll see if Air Force Gaming also does the skip, but so far Ukraine is the only one that has done it. Oh, and they pulled. They don't have the luxury of that mine suit though that Ukraine had. All right, let's see. They're going to go to the top. I wonder if they do the extra pull from those ads and try to double into the corner.
Oh, I think for sure that they do. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think it's a
tosses out
mind
the
game.
hammer.
Once you see another team do the skip successfully and you see them double pull it into the corner successfully, you got to do it.
Incorporeal
Summer
as
fashion.
well, triggering.
Yeah, that is. When it first was announced, it looked like it was going to be bad. It was bad on testing, but then the nerfs they put through to it on PTR made it not too bad of an affix to deal with anymore.
Well, maybe we should just put it on every dungeon then,
I think that's what they want.
right? We'll
I
just
think
put
they
it on
want
both
an
dungeons for this weekend. We can make that change now, can't we?
They want incorporeal spiteful every dungeon. Clearly, that's what we're hearing.
I think as we move forward into future events, we need to really decide just how much pain these players deserve.
They work pretty hard. I don't know if they really need all that pain.
This last mob looks like everyone just kind of went, "Oh, it'll die," and nobody was attacking it.
We'll just ignore him.
He'll die eventually. Oh, someone else will kill it.
Oh, here's the stars that we were talking about earlier that a lot of groups used to skip at least, and it is a rough pack on Fortified. They got really low there at the beginning, but Rosie doing a great job of getting everybody back up in health. And Deucin coming out and slapping the stars. All right, this is the pack that we did see Ukraine skipping earlier because nobody really wants that double healer in this pack. But again, not having that Mind Soothe or a Warlock Gate or a Monk for the ROP, it makes it tough to skip a lot of this stuff. So Warrior Gamer's just like, nope, you know what? We can beat it. Let's go. And just send it.
I appreciate that believer energy.
Yep, that's it. They know they can do it, and they just do.
Only Assad left. This is a surprisingly short dungeon.
Yeah.
It definitely feels longer than it actually is as far as completion time. 2 deaths means they've lost 10 seconds. I think this is still definitely doable.
Yeah, I think this is a 2 chest. They secure the 2 chest here.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left. We know that Assad does go down quickly if teams can just blast him. But they really need to get out of this trash.
Is this the reverse of the Air Force Gaming earlier? You think they can get the 3 and I don't?
No, I feel like if they were going to get the 3, they would have had to have been out of this trash at least 15, 20 seconds ago.
Definitely. Well, another case of that mob will die eventually.
And the incorporeal being still hanging out back there. Another round of stars. No, I think this is going to be a +2, which is in line with our Ukrainian team completing the 20. So not going to eke out an advantage here.
They have lust. It's fortified. I think they get it. I'm going to be believer again.
It is fortified. It's not tyrannical.
Yep. Fortified with lust, all range group. I think they get it. Look at his health. It's just burning.
But there comes out the incorporeal.
Yeah, they get the poly and the trap on it, and
That was
I don't.
well
I think
handled.
they get it.
2 minutes
Here we
and
go.
10
Static.
seconds left. Assad sitting roughly at
Summer Ash.
60% or so, 50 now. Difficult to see with all of the messages. Supremacy of the Storm, Chain Lightning.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
this
They
is
get
a
the chance to
fun
start
ability
burning.
where if you do not get in that triangle before he teleports above your head, you just die.
I'm gonna go
I
with
think
what
you're
Dr.
right.
Jones says in the chat here. They powerhouse through this, and they get this 3 chest.
If they get this 3 chest, that is a huge advantage. A massive, massive advantage for Warrior Gamer.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
there
pushing
it
into that. Let's
is.
go. The believer finally gets a W.
This is why I chose to be the naysayer again, because,
Oh,
you know,
you
I
just
wanted you to
helping my
have that win.
ego.
Yeah, I can't always be on the winning team.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's going to be huge for him going into that 21. Man, I don't know though. Air Force Gaming is still sitting on that 23 on the board. Just being able to push through this halls is going to be huge for them.
Ukraine is on halls. So is the Air Force. But as we know, the Air Force have to do their halls right now.
Yep. Yeah, they don't. They need to get that gap filled. Having that 0 right now is just a huge loss on their slot in the leaderboard. Ukraine pushing through this 21. Oh man, it's a tyrannical dungeon. They're not quite to the boss yet. I don't think they get the 3 here. Not with the intermission on last boss.
Oh, you want to roll reversal here?
Yep. I don't think they get this one. Here I'm pressing my button. I'm locking in.
You're locking it in. Let's
Yep.
bring up the Ukrainian team. I'll see if I agree with you. This is a new POV, by the way.
Yes.
We have not seen Savant's player so far.
Here we go. They get
2 minutes and
all right,
19
and they
seconds.
don't have lust. Oh,
Yeah, they
I
don't have lust. You need at least a minute and a half just to do the runs. There's no way.
Yeah.
I'm not taking this bet.
No. We locked in.
I never said anything. I said I would take a look at the team and make a decision.
Yeah, they needed the lust here to be able to get big damage into him before the intermission.
And here you go. The team gets splits up. The primal tsunami submerges. And this run alone can take you a whole minute. They've gone into it at 1 minute and 36 seconds. No healer in range.
Oh, he tried to blink through.
Mistakes were made, Savant. That was an incredibly close decision.
It was
They
a
still need
great
to take
try.
out the different... There we go. The infusers are going down.
2, 1.
Tsunami will respawn with 1 minute left on the clock. They have to do that whole cycle again.
Yeah, still no lust. Another 5 minutes before lust.
I missed it. Did we see where their lust got used?
I'm gonna say it was at Kajim.
3, 2, 1.
That would make
That
sense.
makes sense. Yeah.
Hope Spirit.
Yeah, that not having lust there, that was the key. If they had lust on the first phase before that first intermission, they had a chance. I don't think they would have got the 3, but it would have been closer. Yeah, they're about to get another intermission. You only get one intermission, right? It's been a while
Submerge
since
is
I
coming
fought this
up.
boss. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
As you can see, they've got some wonderfully helpful timers right below their player model.
Love it. I was definitely looking at those.
Mm-hmm.
And not the boss's health.
And once again, Savant, are you going to try to blink through? In this instance, when you've got, oh, look at that wonderful spawn.
Wow.
4 in a row
That could
down
not
the
have gone
same
better.
side. He could not have gotten luckier than that.
They only have... Oh, they've already pulled one. Okay. I was very confused on why they only had 3 infusers. But it seems they grabbed one and pulled him to the stairs to go ahead and stop the wave wall.
This is going to be the last round of infusers that go down before the tsunami reappears, and then I expect this to be a very quick kill. 3 seconds left on the timer. They got through this with no deaths, which is, I think, the best run we've seen so far from the Ukrainians. I don't know if any of the other runs have been deathless today.
Yeah, I'm not sure for Halls. Oh, that was a very close blink there.
Close,
Savant
but
really,
successful.
really toying with us.
They've got a 5-minute comfort window on the 2 chest. I don't think that's going to be an issue for them. This is a 21 on the board for Ukraine. Where do they go next?
That's big because even Air Force getting that 15 now, they can't tie for the lead now because, well, that was Warrior Gamer. No, it was Ukraine. Yeah, so they can't tie with Ukraine because Ukraine has pulled ahead with that 21. So where do they go from here? Do they go back and try to get that? I think they go back and try to get that 20 up higher now.
I think that makes sense. Since Warrior Gamer has the 21 in their pocket that they're completing right now, you need the 20. You don't have a choice anymore. Like I said earlier, if you're the leader in a particular dungeon, it sets the pace for all the other teams because they now have no choice, especially on day 1. There's no other dungeons to go to. You have to take the 30 minutes to go get that time. Underrot is an interesting choice. Let me see what could be driving that. Oh, it could be because Air Force already have the 23.
Yep, they're feeling challenged by Air Force Gaming. That's what it is.
I think that's a reasonable thing to think. I mean, if the estimation that Vortex Pinnacle is the most difficult dungeon of the weekend, perhaps you go, okay, we've got the 20. Warrior Gamer's only going to get the 21. We have a 22, but we know the 23 is in our pocket and we can match, and we know that Warrior Gamer is going to have to go do their 23. So perhaps it's just a matter of we'll spend our time in one place, wait to see how Warrior Gamer handles the Vortex Pinnacle, because if they fail the 21, then suddenly it's not too bad.
Yeah, you've got to get that 23 done, and then you can start on that 20. We keep saying it. Air Force Gaming having that 23 is just so dangerous to everybody else because nobody's there. Nobody's there yet, and they're sitting comfortably there and just pushing the halls. We don't have a halls. Let's start getting points, and they're making really good time on their 15 halls too.
Yeah, I think Ukraine has just decided to take another small break before they get going into Underrot. Definitely choosing to space things out throughout the day.
Yep.
Seems to be working really well for them.
Yep. Britain still on their break. This 21 Vortex Pinnacle going okay for Warrior Gamer so far. Here we go. That's mine for Warrior Gamer. I see 2 deaths on the board. They haven't got to, they're approaching Grand Vizier. I said Vizsla. No apologies. I can't read. We know that.
The Grand Twizzler.
That's it. That's his name now. Grand Twizzler.
Ads.
Ads. We heard it.
Just a couple on this
Pay
fight.
attention to the ads.
2, 1.
Here they go. So just under 5.5 minutes, they pull the Grand Twizzler. No lust. They lusted the first pull, which makes sense. That's pretty decently rough pull there with the two mobs throwing everybody up in the air. Doing a good job of staying out. You see in a lot of pugs, people like to stand inside of it and keep DPSing, but you don't have to do that. Damage is looking really great from Ash and Deucin. Getting
1.
buffed by old Powerhouse here.
AoE.
Here comes the shield again, getting pulled in. Everybody stands out, getting some still just consistently great damage from both of them. Even Blazing as the tank,
Ads.
doing great damage to him. Well, hopefully we'll get to see some more high damage from Rosie like we saw in their dungeon earlier.
This boss doesn't really leave too many opportunities for that, but I think as they move into
Yeah.
Altarius, where they can just, stand and pump.
3, 2, 1.
As Slay Cray calls Rosie the Giga Chad,
Just
pulling
the
70k
Giga
in that halls earlier. The Giga Chad. The Giga Chad.
Chad. The one and only, I suppose. Ukraine are back from their break, entering the Underrot. They've gone into the 23. I'm just gonna take us over to see what's going on with them.
As we take our flight to Ukraine,
Frontal.
they are still absolutely pumping this first poll.
I love the
They got the lust
style
down.
from this team who just walk in and go, we can handle the fights. We trust our healer. We just got to damage as hard as we can.
Absolutely. And I mean, look at the damage coming out from bees. Almost 100k there, walking into this boss. And that's the difference in a lot of groups you see. The healer making up a lot of that extra damage that allows you to do these dungeons even faster. Having a good healer DPS as your 5th DPS is just... Because, come on, tanks are just DPSs that can take hard hits.
I feel like tanks might do a small bit more than that, especially at higher key levels.
They're just DPS that take hard hits. That's it. And healers are 5th DPS that can keep you alive. That's it. Everybody's a DPS
The worst
now.
part is, you're not technically wrong. You're just not right either.
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
You can be right and still be morally wrong. Lexa is not providing a challenge to the Ukrainians. She is ready to die. I don't have any other words for her. This is definitely one of the most anticlimactic bosses, despite the fact that so many overworld characters of her type and model, I suppose, all these blood witches in Nazmir.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those are really cool, and Lexa is just like,
Yep. As a first boss, she is definitely one of the bosses of all time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say about Elderly Exa. She is one of the bosses of all time.
Again, technically right. The best
You don't
kind
have
of
to
right,
like
I
it, but I'm
suppose.
right.
And I certainly don't like it. Although I did learn, you can actually see this platform from all the way past Xanchu.
Yeah, the dungeon itself is surprisingly smaller than it seems, with a lot of
it's a lot
the
of winding
shortcuts.
tunnels, but that's it.
Yep, exactly.
Dodge.
Here we go. 6%. She is going down. No issues here before they move on to Kragmaw. I'd love to see a nice big pull leading up to the worm.
The rescue. Here they go. Are they going to get any skips here? All right, they skip the ticks.
They pull the blobs.
Big lasher pull. These lashers are so dangerous with their casts. Here they go. Decay Mine. They stunned them. Don't have to interrupt if they're stunned. All right. I think I'm with you. I want to see in this room here, in Crag's room, I want to see a big pull before they leave the room.
Right? I mean, as annoying as these lashers are, this was not a challenging fight. They didn't really get to show us anything in this last encounter. Come on, guys. Give us some big damn.
Here we go. Let's see. All right. So far, just a regular pull. Still a regular pull.
There we
And,
go.
they might be doing smaller pulls. Oh, okay, a little bit bigger
Nope,
pull
nope.
there.
They're coming.
They grabbed a couple extra.
They're staggering it. I miss the good old days of druid tanks just hopping into cat form, running around the room, just being like, stay by the
Yeah.
door, running around the room and bringing everything. And being like, well, healer,
Yeah.
I hope you know what you're doing.
CC.
Yeah, no, back in BFA, you'd run the double outlaw rogue and tricks and run.
CC.
That was it. Tricks and run away. And everything would snap to the tank. I've heard that the snapping from Waycrest Manor will not be in there anymore. It was so much fun to have the tank get tricked and stand up on top of the cabinet as soon as you walk into Waycrest Manor and just have the rogue take off, gone. And man, it was
Fun with a
crazy
capital
watching
F.
everything snap. Absolutely.
CC.
In the background, the Air
Healers
Force have
hated it.
completed their Halls of Infusion, so they now have a dungeon complete across the 3 available to them. And I just want to confirm where that
CC.
puts them on the leaderboard. Currently, it has them in 3rd. Because Ukraine and Warrior Gamer did complete their other keys, they are 1 point off of 2nd place.
Ugh. All right, let's see. So they have 4 minutes on Lust. They still have a little bit of trash in this room, as well as the trash and the Death Speaker in the next room. Oh, they're going to pull the Death Speaker and the Guardians into the room with the rest of the trash. So, they might not have to go all the way to Xantia to get Lust back before Crag. They might just be able to finish this pack off, pull another pack in the next room, and then go
Oh.
straight to Crag.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know about that. They're standing so close, I think they just pick them up and do them now.
It's really dangerous to do tyrannical Crag without Lust.
You make a good
CC.
point.
I think they need at least one more pack worth of pulling, and then they'll have their Lust for Crag. You don't have to have it done and then go back to Crag's room. You can have a couple seconds, 20, 30 seconds of it as you're running back to Crag, get in position. But it's...
CC.
Oh, they're going to pull.
No!
Wow.
What
Wow.
did I say?
That's bold. It's really bold.
We were hoping for a big pull. It's not the one we wanted, but it's probably the one we deserve.
It is. Yep.
Frontal.
All right, they're not pulling him to the rib cage. Man, no
Yes.
Lust, no rib cage pull. They are bold.
I'm really curious because they're surely not spending Lust on Xantia.
No, you can't, because then you won't have him for last boss.
I wonder if they just didn't notice their lust timer
Personal.
or decided that they
Maybe.
didn't need it in between and don't care. Because he's going to die before this is back up. 2 minutes on the clock?
Or maybe they're not worried about having it for Abomination.
Dodge.
Maybe they're confident in their Abomination gameplay.
The ultimate victory here look, it just ticked over to 1 minute, would be that lust pops up and they just trigger it to get down the last like 20% of Kragmaw in 10 seconds, you know?
Yeah, you wait until this next tantrum is over and pop it maybe.
Right? If it's just calculated.
Let's see, here we go. So they got tantrum coming up. He's at 100% energy. There it is. But it should be
50
just
seconds.
back. Oh, I don't know. So they're still running around getting all the ticks. They didn't get all the ticks. That's going to be
They're
dangerous for
not
the tank.
going to. Why leave them up?
Ooh,
Dodge.
yeah. Those
I
ticks
have so
hurt.
many questions.
30 seconds on their lust.
Frontal.
Oh, they're already at 70% energy. You can't lust now because he's going to tantrum too quick. So they have to lust after this next tantrum. They'd still have it for Abomination if they lust the last 30% of his health.
Personal.
There comes the tantrum. 14 seconds left on lust, which is just about enough time for them to... Oh! I don't think he meant to open his...
A spell book here.
Did he just click a spell in his spell book? Yes.
He did, and I approve.
I absolutely approve. 2 seconds, 1 second. Let's see if this is an instant lust pop or if they hold it. No lust cast.
They're holding it.
Dodge.
So for those that didn't see, the ability he clicked in his spellbook was Time Spiral. So that allows everybody to get their movement ability back instantly.
No use of lust to
No
finish
lust?
off Kragmaw. This is
Wow.
really interesting. If it's a calculated decision, I don't see why. If it's a mistake, that would make sense to me.
Yeah, this was a bold Kragmaw pull all the way around.
Starting it off with mobs, choosing not to lust. Look, if they lust Xantia, I might lose my mind.
You know, the ultimate troll would be if they pull this Death Speaker pack right here and accidentally hit lust.
Well, we haven't considered sneaking up to Xantia and then just pulling everything between him and the door.
Yeah.
Terrible idea? Yes.
Yeah.
Is it theoretically possible? Maybe.
Maybe. A big maybe.
It's a solid maybe.
So you're saying there's a chance.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, they didn't kick it. The shield is off. Okay, they dispelled. Nice. Windy being smart with that Master Spell. I like it.
I was about to say maybe they're out of drums, but they have a mage.
Yeah, and an Evoker.
Of course, the Evoker has it too.
Yeah, I don't know. I am...
Okay, guys, let's go. Just
Worried.
sneak all the way down to Xantia. What are they waiting for?
Kane is not moving.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What is happening? Oh,
This is not
no.
what we want.
Panic.
Mild panic. Warrior Gamer wiped in the background. Ooh.
They
Not so
seem
good
also
for them.
confused as a group. What is happening? Oh, that looks like a disconnect. I see invalid target.
Uh-oh. All right, we'll hop back to the quad. We'll get admins on finding out what happened to Ukraine. That's heartbreaking if that's the case.
Yeah, they were on track for the time, possibly a double, depending on where they used their bold lust.
Man, I just would kill to be a fly on a wall right now. And it's their
Gonna
tank
invest in
too.
some.
Like, you can't just say, "Oh, we'll
Yeah,
wait
you
for the
can't just clear
DPS to
trash.
come back." It is a confirmed disconnect. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Ukraine.
Man,
We'll see if they get a different player in, or whether this individual manages to reconnect, and what the situation is there. We will let you know as soon as we can. In the meantime, Warrior Gamer is about to complete their 21 Vortex Pinnacle. It is only going to be a +2.
that's been a common theme with Vortex. I won't admit I was wrong, but it is a challenging combination, so it's pretty common, the double chest on the 21.
You say pretty common. This is the first team to do it. The other
No,
team
someone else had
two-chested
one,
the
didn't they?
20.
Oh, it was the 20. No, Air Force Gaming, didn't they double chest their 21?
I don't think Air Force have done their 21 Vortex.
Yeah,
have
they did.
Air
Yeah.
Force did the You're right. Let me check. You're right. One of my documents was not up to date. Air Force Gaming has a 23 in their pocket.
So yeah, the
right.
double. And yeah, Ukraine had the 20, and it was also a double.
There we go. Warrior Gamer gets the 21 down. They're going to have a 23 in their pocket. Ukraine is going to have to restart their run. The British team looks like we've got a change in streamer POV coming up. Yep, there it is.
Yes, so just saw they also had a disconnect and had to sub in.
We'll need to check, that's both European teams, whether that's a server issue or whether just two coincidental player failures. But we will let you know as soon as we know the juicy details. In the meantime, Air Force Gaming is the team that is continuing to make progress on their run as they progress through the Halls of Infusion.
Yep, looks like the Brits lost actual power, wasn't just internet there, so we'll keep an eye on them. Looks like they are thinking about restarting that key. But we got Air Force Gaming here, pumping through this halls. Man, no lust, tyrannical. Got 5 minutes left. I think they do the triple.
You're saying go for the triple right now? I think they've got enough
I
time.
am about to eat my words. They
Soon as
got
they
close
wipe.
to a wipe there.
Rebel Hunt does go down, but the rest of the team manages to stay alive. Just hiding desperately behind this fountain as the wave walls come in. Slowly step left, slowly step right. It'd be great to see this guy die. His health is going much
Having
slower
one
than I
DPS down
expected.
is not fun.
Nope. Makes a big deal this late in the run.
Man, am I gonna eat my words here? What's happening? All right, he's starting to go down a little faster now. Looks like somebody might have popped a 1 minute or a 2 minute there. Now
Okay,
they need to
3%, and now they just need to get to the tsunami.
Yeah, they need to get this Rager down, get Rebel back up, and hurry up and pull Tsunami.
3 minutes on the clock to do the tsunami. We're cutting it very close, same as we are before. You got to think, you need at least, a minute and a half to 2 minutes to do the running cycles. They have to get him up and pull within like the next 5 seconds in order to make this timer, I think. It's going to be really, really tight.
I think they heard you because they're going.
We've got our Guardian Druid. Venom straight up at the front. Engaging the tsunami. And so it begins. The globes coming out. Make sure you don't stand in those. Very similar to the Wrath of Ajara in the Legion dungeon. Another elemental of particular power.
Yes, and we here at AFDL have nothing but good memories of that dungeon in our events in the past.
I love that dungeon. Nobody can take that away from me.
I feel as though U.S. Army Esports might like to have some
something
words.
to say with that. Well, you know what? It's okay. I'll fight him. That's how much I like that dungeon. I'm gonna lose that fight, but I'll fight him. Here we go. The first submerge sends the group out. We've got Skunk Priest on their own. Oh, no, it is a pair. Who did they get paired? Oh, they got paired with Skunk Priest. I was wondering. I didn't think it was Skunk's POV. The Ukrainian player is back in the background for the audiences know how they are making progress to re-clear that dungeon, but we are still with the Air Force.
Yes.
You know when you read a word and try and say another word at the same time? Absolutely does me in. The infusers...
It becomes a jumble.
...need to be brought together so that you can use your AoE, and they just do not want to move.
They're doing a pretty good job of getting them down now, though. Minute 40, minute 45. They still don't have the infusers down. I don't know.
It is possible.
But
with only 30%
left, though?
Yeah, they did a lot of damage. They may... I think they probably will get the second submerge, but it is possible that they just blast it. Looking at how quickly this is going, 25%, 24 with 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock. If they can avoid the second submerge, they have it. This is entirely possible. Here comes the deluge.
Execute range. This is it.
Healer just
I
needs
think
to
they
keep
get
everybody
it.
topped up. Infused globes. This is still fine. The Tempest Fury coming out. Just dodge and damage. I think they've got it. This has been an incredibly clean fight.
I never doubted you guys for a second.
1 minute remaining on the clock with 4 deaths. The U.S. Air Force clear the halls of infusion.
Never doubted them. Never for a second.
No?
Knew they could do it.
It's a good thing we don't have instant
Didn't think
replays
I
of the
cursed him at all.
casters. Note to self: future broadcast, caster instant replay.
Ooh, yeah. No, it's okay. You don't have to do that.
No? Okay. We'll table
but you know what's really interesting is British combined arms bringing out a Resto Shaman.
Yes. With some massive bars.
Yeah, that is different.
I don't think I've ever seen a UI like this before.
That is a lot of space. Look at them go.
Let's take a quick peek here. It's always good to watch an interesting healer's POV. Especially with how zoomed in and low to the ground we are. We can get some nice views of the teammates as they progress. Healing surge.
Double party frames.
Getting through the rotation. It really seems like they've just added a section to their UI for their Resto Shaman, as opposed to having something completely unique.
Yeah, I think that might be either Healbot or I don't use Voodoo, so it could be Voodoo. So yeah, that would make sense that it's a healer only section, so it might be Healbot.
There's also something to consider, which is the potential HPS and DPS loss from not having your dragon riding glyphs enabled. And, you know, when you have unopened items in your collection, these are all things that you could be using to do more damage.
It's true. Your transmog is 10% of your damage, so it matters. I just want to point out that they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 instances of favorite mount on their bar.
Wait.
Summon
7?
favorite mount. You see, see the yellow with the horse in it?
Oh,
that is
my goodness. 7
instances of summon your favorite mount. I like it. Because, you know, when you need your mount, you need it now.
And the more times you press the button, the faster it shows up.
That is truth. You know, if we learned anything in playing Nintendo over the years, that's right, kids. I said Nintendo. You always button mash, and button mashing makes everything faster or more successful.
The worst part is, I agree. Here we go. Health getting a little bit lower than we would want to see. Ooh, 6 nearly going down. Damus just manages to hold on. The British Combined Arms team struggling a little bit with some of these ads. But again, this is the most difficult dungeon of the day. I think we can agree with that hands down. This is the place where teams come to die.
Yeah, this dungeon is the epitome of challenging for the weekend. Granted, they have 2 more dungeons to find out and affixes for each, but man, I did not expect this one to be this much of a challenge for the weekend. It is good to see that British Combined Arms got it up to a 19, and they are pushing through it. I think they have potential to double this.
Incoming.
Let's see. They doubled their 15 to the 17, doubled their 17 to the 19. I think at that point you do whatever you can to carry on your tradition of double chesting this dungeon.
Yeah, I think that's a fully sensible strategy for the British team. They are taking it a little bit slower than we've seen, which is certainly not a problem. Rushing is not worth it in this dungeon. There are a lot of ads. It's a lot of chain pulling. A lot of chain pulling. A lot of just moving while doing damage. And their comp is all right for that. But I think the Resto Shaman really just wants everybody to stand still in front of him. And that's going to be it. Interesting choice. Hold control to release. But 6 does go down. Skara goes down. And because of the healer being dead, we also lose Morgan. And Bees is staying alive.
Doing his best. Oh, he is keeping that pull alive.
He's
and
got
Damus, Damus was staying with him.
Damus was doing his best. I as soon as I said bees, all that came to mind was the Cards Against Humanity card. Bees?
See, I thought of Nicolas Cage.
Oh, interesting.
Bees!
Interesting how very different our minds took that. Interestingly
our
enough,
minds went
not
to
the
different
only
places.
bees competing in this tournament this weekend.
True.
There are 2
That
bees.
is, Chat made a good point. I am channeling my energy to Skara. Put on your water shield.
Oh, that's
Please.
an excellent point. Chat makes
I
an
hope you can hear me.
excellent point. The fight continues, stepping out of the bomb cyclone. Just trying to get everybody down.
I'm trying to get everybody topped off, stable, and into the next pull. I don't know how I've ignored it this whole time, even though you pointed it out earlier and my brain didn't put 2 and 2 together, but I see the unopened items in collection and unspent dragon riding glyphs. You were
I'm
right.
real
That
glad
is...
you've caught up on that.
Yep, I'm here. I'm aware. That's a lot of HPS they're losing because, unspent glyphs and unopened items. I'll be honest, I thought you were talking about in their inventory or something. I was like, man, you caught that quick. He barely opened his inventory for a couple seconds.
No. Joke wouldn't have been
Oh,
funny.
Dame was going down. Yeah, well, it would have been impressive.
Maybe I'll take that then. Skara is doing their absolute best, but there is a lot of damage coming out to the team. You need to take care of yourself a lot in this dungeon. You need to be standing in the right places at the right times.
Little background, interesting info. We have Air Force Gaming in their 21 halls right now. They are on Iridius. We have Warrior Gamer on Crag in their 23 Underrot. And then we have Ukraine pushing through theirs on their way, about to pull Xantia, and it looks like they wiped before Xantia.
This Grand Twizzler fight is going a lot slower than we really like.
Perfect name.
Thank you.
This is not a Red Vine program. We are Grand Twizzler. I've never used that quote, and now I did. We are a Red Vine
Grand Twizzler
family.
has been destroyed. They hop into the Cyclone, move on to the next platform. This is a dungeon in sections. It is very clearly delineated which place each boss belongs. There's not a lot of pathing options available to our players in the Vortex Pinnacle.
Yeah, you have a couple spots where you can skip, but for the most part, this is what you pull. Go. The only difference they get is how fast they pull them and how many they pull together. It is, as you said, a linear dungeon that doesn't have a lot of leeway. All right, Scara, I'm gonna DM you here in a minute if you don't get that water shield.
No interference from casters. If they're watching the chat, we can't stop.
I'm gonna post it in chat.
You're just gonna post it in the Twitch chat?
I'm gonna post in chat.
That's it.
You know, I'm just glad to see
Can we get some
Restoration.
water shield spam in chat? Maybe there's a chance they'll see it if more than one person posts it.
Let's see. All right, they might take these assassins into the dragon.
No.
Nope. They are going to fight the assassins and then move to dragon. Like you said, they're taking it safe. They don't want to go too fast. You know, get some hiccups. Time wasted running back is not good.
These young storm dragons are also not simple mobs either. And with the incorporeal coming in, it makes a lot of sense that they would just go slow, handle what is effectively a mini boss.
Yeah, that icy buffet damage, or icy buffet, I like to call it the buffet, coming out is a lot of damage. Standing in the healing circle helps, but it only helps so much. There is so much damage going out from that. The icy buffet.
Jaina decided to drop in and clap everybody with frost. 6 did not survive. Scar's doing their best to keep everybody up.
Breath incoming.
Gotta dodge this next chilling breath. It still does AoE, but it is
Oh,
manageable
so much.
as long as nobody stands in it. Conversely,
Yeah, that-
absolutely stand in the darkness.
Yes, stand in darkness. Normally no. This time yes. Here comes another buffet of ice.
Breath incoming.
But as soon as that dragon dies, that healing circle is going to go away, so they need to be using some personals and helping the healer out just a little bit. Trying to get rid of that spiteful so your healer can sit down and drink. Oh, and
Mana,
okay.
please.
Whew. Yeah, I thought they chain pulled and brought him into combat. They did not.
As the Brits progress on the bridge, let's hop back to the quad. Warrior Gamer making decent progress on Xantia, AFG up in the 21 halls, and Ukraine also on Xantia, just defeated, moving on towards the Titan Keeper lore roleplay moment.
Warrior Gamer has caught up to them. So at 16, I can't quite see what it says. What Ukraine finished Xantia at.
1642.
So 1642. Let's see what Warrior Gamer is at, because they caught up really fast. They
Yeah,
pulled
that
Xantia.
disconnect was really unfortunate for the Ukrainian team.
Yeah. Oh, and then a wipe. Yep. Looks like it might be a wipe coming out from Ukraine here. You've got so much time, you go. Oh. Keeping it alive. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like they're going to keep it alive, though. The healer stayed up, so that's what really matters. Healer and tank are alive. You can keep the pull alive.
Both our PIVs are the ones who died, so I do not have an insight as to what's going on in combat right now, but I do believe they are rushing as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Warrior Gamer going to get a faster time getting to and killing Xancha. If they're clean from here, they could take the dungeon.
Deaths. Warrior Gamer only has 1 death, and Ukraine had 8 before the last.
Here we go. They skipped the worms. And they're going to go for the Death Speaker and Guardian pull. Are they going to pull anything with it? All right.
Don't think so.
Doesn't look like it. Looks like they're going to play it safe. They already had the almost wipe, so they're going to be a little more careful here out. They know they want to get this double chest. And what's their lust timer? It's enough that they're going to have it for last boss.
Well, Ukraine's
There's
is
a
5
possibility.
minutes.
Warrior Gamer, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So Warrior Gamer will have it for last boss. So they want this double chest. And Ukraine moving up to the door to go to last boss. Got 5 minutes on Lust. They're a little far for a double.
Whatafellas in chat says, I love the fact that they've got non-meta specs and classes in the run. Absolutely. You got to remember that as skilled as a lot of these players are, these are, mishmash teams of people from all across World of Warcraft. And that means people are going to play what they like, they're going to play what they're comfortable on, and they feel confident pushing these keys in. It gives us a lot of fun. It gives us a lot of dynamic changes between teams. If you haven't checked it out, go back and watch the Summer Clash VODs, because we had teams that just ran 4 DPS. Or we had some people asking if they could run 2 tanks for Fall Clash. It can be a lot of fun with all the different compositions and potentials happening over the weekend.
Yeah, and it's important for them to run what they're comfortable running. You want to try to get some of these, more quote unquote meta things in here. I say quote unquote, but they are in fact meta. But at the same time, if you don't have people comfortable playing those things, they're probably not going to perform well. So it's nice to see them just play what's fun. Like you said, they're having a good time. It was a treat seeing those guys run those 4 DPS no healer comp. That was hilarious seeing how high they could push without a healer.
Yeah, Algathar's Academy. That's the dungeon you are looking for if you scrub back on the summer VODs, which you can check out.
I want to say
YouTube
it was
channel.
Spring, right?
Was it spring? I thought it was summer. My goodness, we've run so many events at this point that I don't even know.
Yes.
Either way, both VODs are all up. Go watch them all. Go catch back up on what happened in spring, what happened in summer. These VODs will be available on YouTube as soon as the tournament is over. You can rewatch the action in case you need to, go have dinner or something over the course of the weekend. It's all there.
Yeah, fill some time. Watch some VODs. See these awesome players play.
It was spring. Blazing Dragon in the chat has been here since the beginning. Knows the truth.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, was it that long ago that we had Algathar's Academy? I guess it would have been because it's not a Season 2 dungeon.
Here we go. We'll just randomly bring it back. We got you guys. We know you want to play it again. No, you know what? I know you guys want to play Azure Vault again. That's what it is.
I think we should just do 4 Azure Vaults.
Yep. That's what they want.
we'll do a 5th dungeon of something else, but you get 4 of your vault's key added to
We'll
your
do
score.
Temple of the Jade Serpent and 4 different Azure Vaults.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think that's what they want.
We know what the people want.
Yeah, we're here for the people.
Can we
Can we
fire
fire Hothead? No, you can't.
You can't, but I can mute him. All
Here
right,
we go.
neck
We got
and neck, Ukraine and Warrior Gamer working on that last boss. Obviously, the dungeons are slightly out of sync, so we're really looking for that final kill timer on both screens. But this is going to set the tone, I think, for how these two teams compete in the next couple of days.
Yeah, and it looks like he's already got the weak aura already has the time added to their final time from those deaths. So that 50 seconds is already added in there. But either way, man, it looks like Warrior Gamer is going to pull ahead in this one. Yeah, either way, you know, if Warrior Gamer get this double chest on this 23 Underrot, that is not only big having the 23, but that is a message. You know, we are the only ones to double. No, Ukraine got the double. 6 seconds remaining.
Wow. Well done.
I was never a doubter. Don't. You don't have replays to prove it. So.
I don't.
No.
Chat. Here's what I need you to do. Twitch clip it. Twitch clip it. Tag us on Twitter.
Oh, I'm sure Flannel is already on it.
Absolutely. Here we go. Air Force with their 21 Halls of Infusion. Do you think they 3-chest it? I do not. They've got 2 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock. We know you need at least 3.5 to get it done.
Yeah. No lust yet. What's their timer? A couple minutes left. Yeah, no, I think they get the double. The 3 is a stretch, but a secure double. British Combined Arms in the 20 Underrot here, just getting it started. I don't see any comp changes coming out from Ukraine or Warrior Gamer. Looks like some talent changes, but I don't see any comp changes coming.
No, it's been relatively static as far as what people want to play. I can count on one hand the number of player swaps we've had.
Yeah.
Although the Resto Shaman is no longer a Resto Shaman.
He went back to Warlock.
Still missing out on that DPS from his Dragon Flying Glyphs.
Yep, he went back to Warlock, and Damus went to the Disc Priest. All right, Air Force Gaming, you can do it. Here's me not caster cursing you. Get the double chest, and they can secure a lot of points here. Let's see. So with their... Let's see if the leaderboard... Yep, the leaderboard is updated with those 223s that just got done. So if Air Force Gaming gets this Halls of Infusion as the 21... that will put them just tied with Warrior Gaming, just ahead by 1 point of Ukraine. It's still such a close call for first for today.
Yeah, it really is. The prediction we ran earlier was such an even split between Ukrainian WoW and Warrior Gamer. 47% and 42% respectively. 11% went for Air Force Gaming. We will see how that payout goes at the end of the stream. But day 2 is coming with a new dungeon.
And we are at an hour remaining in the day. Day one at an hour. And so these teams, Warrior Gamer can complete another one and secure that lead over top of AFG. But if they have a struggle somewhere and AFG pulls off this 21 and any of their other dungeons, they could pull ahead of Warrior Gamer.
It's entirely possible. Completely and entirely possible. The first submerge does go out, sending everybody off into their different quadrants for Air Force Gaming.
They're going to have Lust.
They do, in fact, have it for when they return to the group. Couldn't be quite as lucky here to get all walls on one side. Very close, considering only one to dodge.
Wow.
That was still very lucky.
Yeah.
And the Warriors Leap certainly helping out there a little bit. The infusers need to go down. You can see everybody going to grab one, bring them into the center, try and wrangle them as much as you can so that your AoE is just burning them down. You really don't want to have to deal with more than 2 of these intermissions, and if you can do just one, that's even better. The submerge is over. The tsunami is back. Tempest Fury coming out.
Yeah,
I
I definitely think having the Lust here was big for them. I think they're the first ones in anything 20 or higher that have had a Lust right off the bat on this poll.
I think that we've seen. I believe that's true.
Yeah, they got it back right before that first submerge. Everyone else either didn't have it or had it after the second submerge. We'll see if... nope, they only have 5 seconds till submerge. So the Lust was nice, but it wasn't quite enough to push them over this submerge.
Nope.
They're going to be in execute range when they come back, though.
This time, our POV gets sent off with a partner. I'm not quite going to get ahead of the big swirly. It's more important to dodge than it is anything else. Got to be careful right at the end here when those final waves come out. Did we lose Skunk Priest? Nope, there they are. Hidden under
I
the
would
track
say
cover.
stand and fire DPS higher, but there's no fire here, so...
Yep. Just puddle.
It doesn't really apply. Lots of water.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any rhymes for that, so...
I'm trying to rhyme it with puddle. But it's, I was like, boss HP muddle, but that doesn't really work.
Boss has been scuttled.
No. Stand in
I got
water,
nothing.
DPS harder. It doesn't...
Maybe if I had...
If you had an
like
English
a
accent,
Boston
maybe
accent?
for the British team.
Well, like if I had like a Boston accent, it'd be like water.
Maybe.
DPS harder. Yeah, it works. Yeah.
It kind of works. Kind of works. We'll allow it.
See, I almost went and clicked his details to get it off my screen.
Oh.
The box that popped up in the middle, I was like, why do I have that? I don't.
You don't.
He had it.
This is not your game. You are not playing
Nope.
right now, Hothead. The people
I'm not
who are
in.
playing are Warrior Gamer, the U.S. Air Force, Ukrainian WoW, and a British Combined Arms. We've got 4 incredible teams hanging out with us this weekend as we work towards our charity incentive, which is providing non-lethal tactical medical support to Ukraine. You can help support this charity incentive throughout the month of October by checking out the GoFundMe charity link in the description and in the chat.
Yeah, hit that exclamation charity You can also see how the teams are doing today, exclamation leaderboard, and man, we've said it a million times, and we're going to continue to say how close it is right now. Air Force Gaming pulls that one off to tie it, and it could go either of those three ways right now today.
I am kind of upset, you know? We've got some great casters joining us tomorrow, and they're going to get to have all the fun with how incredibly close this is. We're just warming it up for them.
Yeah, we're just setting it up for them, that's all.
Man. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Air Force deciding to hop back to the Vortex Pinnacle. It makes sense based on what they have in their pockets. They are going to take a moment, get themselves sorted, and then go. Warrior Gamer back with our lovely Gamma Pot. That's what I'm calling it now, so that we can see everything and just how nice some of these textures actually are that I have never seen before.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely looks like a completely different dungeon.
It's given me Massive Nathria vibes.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Boogie down. Boogie down.
It's a good impression.
Thank you. I've worked on it a lot since we did that raid.
This morning. I suppose that works too.
It is my favorite quote in the whole raid.
For anyone who wants to get involved, if you are a member of the military community, reach out to your services, or if you're a part of a third-party organization like Warrior Gamer, for example, reach out. Let them know that you play World of Warcraft, and maybe there's a spot for you on their roster. We've got lots of events planned for the future. You will know more about our plans for the rest of the year at the end of this weekend, so make sure you're tuning in every day. But we're just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and better, and maybe more games. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything crazy, but there's a lot coming.
Every event, it feels like we have new teams.
I mean,
in the summer,
it doesn't just feel like we do. That's how cool this is.
Yeah, we had Warrior Gamer, Regiment, technically British Combined Arms, Ukrainian WoW. We have all kinds of new teams. So make sure if your organization hasn't been represented yet, you are hooking up with them to try to get a team in our event.
Boom.
New Zealand was a great addition over the summer. All of our teams have come to play and show up. I mean, Coast Guard going from I believe it was runner-up last year to showing up and playing amazing and winning in the spring. They played their hearts out.
Yeah, it's been great to be able to divvy up the representation and bring in a lot of international teams that, don't have a home to compete in. We want to keep growing this. And as you've seen, combined arms teams, third-party teams, if you can get a team together, we might have a home for you. So reach out to your friends, reach out to your different branches of service. Let them know that the AFDL is cool, that you want some more, that they should support us so that we can run more events for you. Just spread the word.
Yeah, it's so important to get events like this because we have events like the Code Bowl, which is an amazing event that benefits a lot of the same charities we do. And, they benefit, or they have games like Call of Duty, your first-person shooters. In fact, Canadian Armed Forces, or Canadian Air Force, won that one. They played awesome for their first big event as an organization, won the event. You have all these cool events like that for first-person shooter, sports games, fighter games, MOBAs, but we didn't have anything for MMOs, and it's really great to see events like this give these MMO players a chance to shine.
Absolutely. Speaking of a chance to shine, there are a lot of particles flying across the Warrior Gamer screen right now as they get closer and closer to the action up against a wall. Still looking pretty good to 3-chest it. Eller Lexa is dead, moving on to Craig. They just want to kill some Lashers, get them out the way. Lust is down. Curious to see whether they do what we saw Ukraine do and just deal with Craig and then don't worry about having Lust until later, or whether they do what you initially supposed, where they go get more trash until the Lust is up and then use the Lust on Craig. We'll see how this goes, but I'm definitely intrigued to see their strategy. Air Force Gaming with a nice big pull over on the ramp. Looks like Incorporeal's coming up too, or did it just finish?
I think they just finished their Incorporeals.
Okay. So not too much panic there, but they are making progress up to the boss. Ukraine just finished their stair pull. The Brits are haunted.
Haunt. I just expect, every time I see it come up on the screen, I just expect a big, deep voice, just haunt.
It's appropriate for the month. Spooky month is here.
That's right. Man, it's just so bright.
It is so
Like,
incredibly bright.
I love it, but I don't want to.
You'll get spoiled.
I like the inky black potion, but I would like to know where they got that one. Or where to get that one on the live service. Since these teams are playing on the tournament realm, as gracious Blizzard has given us access to the tournament realm for all of these teams.
Yeah, Blizzard has been fantastic in supporting our ability to host this event in a properly competitive environment. So, absolute kudos to them. It's an alchemy thing for Dragonflight.
Okay.
I didn't know that either, so that's interesting news.
So I need an alchemist.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Do you want to know a fun fact?
You're an alchemist?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
It's a different fact. Would you still like to know it?
Yes, absolutely.
We've got over 300 followers on the AFDL Twitch channel right now.
What?
And, well, someone just left, but we had 300 viewers as well, which means that for a moment, we had the same number of viewers as people who follow this channel. How cool is that?
That is pretty awesome.
You know, without looking deeper into the analytics, you could argue that every single person who likes this channel is watching right now.
It's true. Everyone who watches likes this channel. Everyone who likes this channel watches.
Oh, now that's a bit of a mind.
They might not watch the whole time, but they watch.
And we love having you. As you can see, we've had 11 amazing subs. We had some gift subs earlier in the day from an absolutely incredibly generous individual who then, I believe, went immediate to sleep and came back. I believe it was Kyrie J. Like, thank you very much for those gift subs. Everything helps support the league and helps support our charity incentives. So if you cheer, if you use bits, if you sub, drop us your Twitch Prime if we got it. This is how you can support the league until, you know, maybe in the future when we get merch.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
I don't know. How does the audience feel about merch? Would people like some really cool black and gold or blue and gold? Or
Man, speaking of merch, I could use some more jerseys. I have one from Air Force Gaming. I have one from Coast Guard. I need some other teams to send me some more jerseys to show off on stream and Twitter. You know, if there's any any teams in chat that would send jerseys.
that's it. You just need new clothes.
Just
That's why you
mooching
wanted to
clothes
cast
off all the
this weekend.
teams.
Yep. This is it. Post Air Force life. Don't feel like going shopping? Hey guys, jerseys.
Jersey? Anyone? Jersey?
Anyone?
I appreciate the teams sending me things to show all of the viewers and to show our followers on Twitch and Twitter.
Ouch. The Air Force goes down, or at least one of their individuals, 2 of their individuals are now dead as they attempt to defeat the Grand Twizzler. Warrior Gamer still progressing on Crag. I haven't seen what happened to their lust. I believe it's on cooldown, and they've... No, it is. It has been used. 8 minutes on the counter. It's just down in the bottom corner.
They did use it on Crag.
Air Force, it seems, going to be resetting. Ukraine making progress on their 22.
I heard something from production about them missing the... Hold up. I may have misheard it. I don't want to say things that I misheard.
Don't say things that aren't true. Then I have to mute
That's
you.
right. That's right. And then Blazin gets his way.
The British Combined Arms team is making excellent progress on the final boss of Underrot. I say we go take a quick look at them. Here we are. Boom, just in time to catch it. They do 2-chest the +20. I imagine we'll see them come back for the 22. Those are a couple of important points to keep them on the leaderboard.
You know, I think they go back to Halls. Their Vortex is a 17, but that's a rough one. I think they go to the Halls, get that 19 up, and then go back to Vortex. Which, you know, they don't have a lot of time. There are only 43 minutes left in the day for regulation, so I think they get a really, really fast try at Vortex, and then they push the Halls. I think that's what they do.
Reminder to the audience that you cannot start a dungeon after the end of regulation time. But if you start one before that clock hits 0, you do get to finish it. So lots of implications there. But there's just about enough time to run one and start a second. If you're the British team or the Ukrainian team, if you're the British team or the Air Force who just started, they might be able to squeeze in a failed run in there, but it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I stick to it. I think if I'm the British team, I try one Vortex run, and then pass or fail, I go Halls. Halls is an easier one.
Sounds perfectly reasonable.
Yeah. Oh, they're going back into the Underrot, though.
Run out. Death.
So that'll be them doing a 22 Underrot now. Definitely a choice.
Yeah, Warrior Gamer getting the 25 though would be just phenomenal for them to end the day.
Oh, for a day one, a 25 would be a massive ego boost.
Yeah.
Incorporeal has to be dealt with by the Air Force. The Ukrainians are standing a little close to that triangle.
I didn't even realize they're about to pull Assad.
They are making their way to the last boss. It is still possible to 2-chest this at the 22.
Yep.
That would put them with a 24, which would be a really good position to be in. for these other teams that have a 23 in their pocket.
Yeah, and they've got Lust. They got 20 seconds on Lust going into this boss. Yeah, that double's definitely doable.
Here
All right,
we
here they
go.
go.
Assad has been pulled. This guy looks
Gotta
more
deal
like
with
a
that
Twizzler than the
incorporeal.
Grand Twizzler.
Right? This is Cotton Candy Man.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The bottom of him looks like cotton candy.
I don't know if I agree
It's a
with
stretch, but,
that.
you know.
It is a stretch. It's about as stretchy as a Twizzler.
Oof. I don't know.
It's too solid to be cotton candy.
I mean, it looks pretty fluffy to me.
I think you and I have very different definitions of fluffy.
He's pretty much floating on a cloud. Right? It's just air.
That's a very sharp looking cloud.
That's just in-game effects.
Uh-huh.
It's just visuals. He's floating on a cloud. He's standing on cotton candy. You know what? Our weatherman in chat could tell us. Is he standing on a cloud?
Can clouds be stood upon?
Ooh. Well, he's magical, so that's a moot point.
I mean, he's made of cloud, isn't he? So he's either
Probably.
standing on himself.
Yeah, you stand on your feet, right? Or do you know you're...
No.
Conundrum.
No, you stand on the ground.
Conundrum.
He's standing on the air, which is not separately its own cloud.
He is the air, or cloud, so he is cotton candy.
Okay, so we've got Twizzlers, cotton candy. What's Altarius then? Like an Altoid mint?
He is the lightning puppy.
No, we've got a candy theme going.
Oh,
We've got the Grand Twizzler, Altoid, and cotton candy.
yeah, there you go. That's it. Grand Twizzler, Altoid, and Cotton Candy Man. We have
That
the
makes
Willy
perfect
Wonka
sense.
dungeon.
The Willy Wonka dungeon? That's concerning
Yep.
on so many other levels. How can you confirm? Did you go to Azeroth and take a sample? Best comment of the day goes to Blazing Dragon. What a wonderful comeback. Oh my goodness.
How dare you, Blazin? Oh, man.
Genuinely accident. I can't even talk. That's how funny that was.
Oh.
Back in the quad, Ukraine has a decision to make about where they go next. 37 minutes on the clock. Realistically, they only get this one more run. Maybe they could finish an Underrot in time. Maybe. And start back in on, say, their 23 halls.
That was good.
Warrior gamers standing at the door waiting for the RP Titan Keeper to open it up so they can turn into gold dust as if they were Odin's best friend and make their way down to the corruption that is not good.
Almost made another Wonka joke. They're just looking for the golden ticket down to fight the abomination.
Wrong dungeon.
This stream in no way sponsored or supported by Willy Wonka or the Wonka Corporation.
Can you imagine?
Make it happen. Make it so.
That's it.
We have to run Vortex Pinnacle all the time.
Just well, there's a couple other dungeons I can think of that would work.
Everbloom. I could see making candy jokes at some of those mobs.
Right? And isn't there like a big ogre boss somewhere that's like, they look like, and it's like a candy?
I don't know.
I think there is. I want to say it's Grimrail Depot, but I think I'm making that up.
Heroic Solo with a really cool fun fact. Ukraine finished the Vortex Pinnacle
Damn.
22 with a +2 at 22:22 Kiev time. 22 to
Excellent.
22:22.
Thank you for that statistic, Heroic Solo. That is wonderful. That is probably the most, like, coincidental thing that could have possibly happened this entire weekend. I don't know if that'll get topped.
It was meant to be.
Warrior Gamers still making progress on this boss. The 25 is nothing to scoff at. I want to take a closer look at how this is going. You can see there's a lot more health to deal with here. You just have to do the mechanics.
Yeah, they've already used their lust. Minute and 20. What do you think? Do they get it? I think they get it.
I think it's possible. We can go for a double believer on this one.
All right.
1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. They did just spawn another ad, which means here come a series of spores. Not a lot of cleansing opportunities. The healers do have everyone relatively topped off. The evoker gets a little bit lower, but Rosie has no problem bringing them up. They have decided that Lasley is going to run the Guardian Druid on this boss and this dungeon instead of the Paladin that we saw them on earlier. I believe there was a double pally comp for a little while there. Here comes another round of spores. They need to stand in the cleansing circle. This boss is very straightforward with only 32 seconds left on the +2 and 32% health. Reminder that the way this boss's HP works is it goes down in chunks as the fight progresses. So we're really watching the energy of the boss to see when it's casting its abilities, and it's about these guys' their ability to stay alive. 10 seconds left. They need, I don't know, 5 seconds.
The last blood visage.
Here it
they
is.
Got it.
3 seconds. Congratulations to Warrior Gamer, who successfully +2, and Hothead and I nail our believer prediction.
See, we believed in you, Warrior Gamer.
That was
Chat makes
excellent.
A good point. Look at that hunter damage. Getting the crit from that augmentation is just crazy.
They're here to just pump, and that's a 25 cleared on day 1.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to just catch up on tomorrow while Warrior Gamer's working on their new dungeon. Everybody else is going to have to try to catch up now. That 25 sets them apart. We thought the 23 was setting everybody apart, but then everybody's starting to catch up to even that.
Look, as you get further into the expansion, Tournament Realm gear gets better and better. We're still starting at a 15 where we started back in spring. These teams have the ability to push these keys, to push them better, to push them harder, to push them with more skill. They've just had more time to get used to the dungeons on live. It's no surprise that these guys are making excellent progress. We hope to see them on the 27 in the morning. Who knows? Maybe the 4th dungeon reveal will just be a little bit too much, and they'll want to go back to something familiar.
You know, if they come out tomorrow, first thing, trying to push that 27, I would be at a loss for words, honestly.
You know what has me at a loss for words? This brightness potion in Vortex Pinnacle. Wow,
Not
that's
the dungeon
bright.
for it. Yeah, look at the difference. Side by side, Warrior Gamer and Air Force Gaming. That brightness is insane.
Looks like they might be doing a little bit of a talent reshuffle. I believe this is going to be a 23 Vortex Pinnacle, which is...
Yeah.
a choice.
Yeah. Yep,
Oh,
it
and
sure
there's
is.
the ready check.
Here they go.
We are
We have
closing
Ukraine
in.
walking into halls.
30 minutes left. This could be the last dungeons that our teams start today.
I think Halls is a bold choice for the last 30 minutes.
You think so?
Yeah, I think you go with a shorter dungeon that you can complete in 30 minutes. And then push Halls. Halls, you could do it in 30 minutes, but at a 23, it's going to take them a minute.
Yeah, but what is reasonably doable in 30 minutes at this point? Underrot, but they're already at a 23.
Yeah. You know. Yeah, they really don't have much else to do. Yeah, you know what? I'll eat those words.
There you go.
They're making a decision, and that's what matters.
Yeah, decision paralysis can be a huge problem.
Yep.
Brick's making good progress through their underrot. They're running the 22, trying to make up the points that they are behind the other teams, but they are doing so slowly and methodically. They've got lots of trash already killed. Lexa is down there.
Look at this pull from Ukraine.
Whoa! This is a full screen. Can we full
that
screen,
whole
please?
first area, plus the mobs from outside, and lusted.
High stacks.
In the 23.
High stacks, perhaps.
Yeah, bursting pretty high.
On the
and they're acting like it's nothing.
This is what I wanted to see from Ukraine from that first dungeon where they went into the 15 like, let's go, boys. I just want to see them pull off these absolutely insane groups.
Yeah, dealing with that bursting like it was a non-affix right there. So many. Let's see as they walk out how much they actually pulled. So they got the first room, this right here. So everything up until this point, all together stacked in that little corner of that first room. I think that was a decent use of their lust.
Well, do they even really need it for Watcher Ridius?
No, it's more of a convenience for Watcher because, you know, you want to beat out those circles. But if they're confident enough to beat them anyways, send the lust on that first pull, get it on cooldown, and keep pushing.
I mean, just looking at this damage, Savant is here to hurt. There's a lot going on. Another big pull. They're just trucking. Bees gets a little bit lower than we'd really want to see.
Vampiric Embrace coming out from Windy to try to help top everybody off. High stacks again, we hear. Yeah, so they lust that first pull. They can get it again on Gulping Goliath. And then they should have it again for Tsunami.
Yeah, and a reminder that this is Tyrannical, Afflicted, and Bursting. So that's what that high stacks is going to be.
Yeah, I think that lust on Tsunami will help them beat out that second Submerge. I think they made the right choice taking the risk on that first pull. I mean, it obviously paid off because they lived.
They did not die.
Yeah, they did not suffer from that pull. That is a fact.
I'm just enjoying all of the particle effects right here. They're like, we'll get our trash and be done with it.
Air Force Gaming also about to start a halt. We have 26 minutes left in regulation. So whatever dungeon teams are going to run, they need to get in there now so that if they have a mistake, they can quick walk out and reset it.
Yeah, and it's less stressful on day 1 than it is on day 2, coming into these last little minutes. But the implications, if you guess wrong about whether to reset, they carry over.
Yeah, being able to put yourself in a place like these teams already have on day 1 is... I don't even really have words for it because as close as they are I don't even know who's going to end the day on top, really.
No,
60,
we still
67,
don't have a
66.
clear answer to that.
Yeah. The top three are 1 point apart from each other.
All it takes is one person to not time their key.
Yep.
That's all it takes. The British team making progress on their way to Craig. They have defeated Zancha first. And now they're back with Lust available. And instantly popped. That's what we expected to see from these other teams.
Yep.
Just textbook here from the Brits.
And that's kind of what I expected. They took a route that they knew and they went with it. They didn't try to change it up and do anything crazy because they're not comfortable doing those things.
No.
They came in to have fun and set an example of, we can compete in these events.
Definitely. And this team, it being a combined arms team, is made up of individuals from multiple British military branches. I believe we have teams from the Royal Air Force and the British Army, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So,
Correct.
a great opportunity for players who know about the AFDL to reach out to their country's service and say, hey, guess what? We might not have 5, but I bet you we could team up with someone. Let's field a team, Let's just get out there. Air Force going for a reset?
Like we said, you're in the last little bit. If you mess up in the first couple pulls, go out and go again.
Yeah, the Brits unfortunately do go down. I think that was a battle res spent. Sorry, I just got a little close to my screen to find out. I think that was a battle res spent. Crag is down, still at 50%. Air Force does choose Halls of Infusion. And the
That's where
Ukrainians
they
are making
were.
good work on the Watcher.
I didn't see it, but I imagine they also tried a crazy pull at the beginning, and it didn't work out so well. It looks like they actually messed up the reset because the timer's still going.
That does not seem good. That's okay. They have time. Interesting confirmation from the admins. The last time we had a 25 completed on day 1, that team won the Clash.
Oh, that is maybe a trend set?
It's possible. Warrior Gamer, can they do it? I assume the first was a Shadow Moon burial ground in spring, if I had to guess. I think it was Coast Guard's Shadow Moon.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, and that ended up being a massive barrier for the other teams who just couldn't get the 25. We saw how many wipes? A lot.
Oh.
So, like we said, if you're the pack leader in a dungeon, it gives you a lot of information about your opponent's movements because you can literally calculate the minimum amount of time that they have to spend in a given dungeon to match your score.
And honestly, it's a good distractor for the teams too, because if a team sees, so let's say the Warrior Gamer getting that 25, another team sees that. We saw it earlier. Air Force Gaming got the 23. Warrior Gamer and Ukraine went to the same dungeon to try to get the same level. The other teams are going to try to push that one key to that level, and they get distracted from the other dungeons.
Yeah, potentially even changing their own strategy of going, oh, we were going to focus on this, but now suddenly we feel pressure from a different quarter. It's a big mental factor. We'll see that pressure build out tomorrow. Definitely going to have a fun morning briefing our casters.
Yeah, I'm excited to get in there tomorrow and see what they have to say about these teams, especially with the day that we've had with them today.
Oh, here goes Ukraine with another beautiful big pull.
And that's in the skip.
That's in the skip, but you know what?
Yeah, they took the skip and still did a big pull. Oh, they lost. Savant. Yeah, they lost Savant there for a second. Oh no.
Windy, can Bees.
Bees!
Maybe a little more pulled off than they could chew.
It looks like they're going to reset. They got 20 minutes. It's not a bad time to go ahead and get that reset in.
No. Clearly, it didn't look that that pull was a mistake. It looked like that was intentional. So I'm thinking there was probably player error there. I wonder if we'll see them go for the same... They have time to attempt the same size of pull again. Ivan Fordring in the chat says, I believe in Ukrainian WoW. All right. Keep showing them your support. Let them know in chat that you are here and repping them.
I think once they get in the dungeon, we'll watch the quad for now, see what everybody's doing. But once they start this halls again, I think we bring them up full screen and see this opening pull again.
Yeah, now that we know it's coming, we can get absolute eyes on this. I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on because Savant is still in the dungeon, running around with a timer going. But
yeah, I'm not sure.
They're in Valdraken.
Maybe it was a miscommunication of we're going to reset or we're going to stay. Oh, he's town portaling. Okay.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Hanging out. For anyone who's never seen Tournament Run before, these lovely individuals standing on these little pillars, they are how you collect your keys and teleport to your dungeons. Also, I can see the viewer count keeps fluctuating. People are checking back in to see where we're at. Welcome back. Thank you for stopping into the Armed Forces Dungeon League Fall Clash. We are in the last stretch. 20 minutes left to go in regulation time to figure out who is going to be in the lead on day one.
All right. They're getting in there. They're getting all their buffs now.
Which POV do we want? Do we want Savant?
I think we go Savant. I want to see that Fire Mage explode.
Fire Mage POV. We can certainly do that.
All right, here we go. They'll all, if they're doing it the same, they're about to LOS here on the side. Nope, they gave him the speed boost. He's in cat form, like you were saying.
That's it. Run around, Flame Druid. Run around. All the way out into the hall. He's still going.
Man. Here he comes. That probably popped his Incarn there.
The tank just
no,
keeping
Incarn's still off cooldown.
Alive. Was that the rescue that pulled him back?
Yeah, and he didn't even have to pop his Incarn. He lived through all of that without popping cooldowns.
Wow, to have that much faith in your tank.
There they go. There's the Lust.
Big meteor comes down. Look at the damage from this Fire Mage absolutely pumping.
Here they go, approaching 500k. They are just melting the mobs. He's not even going to have time to fully build up before the other mobs are dead.
Here's the question. Do you think they could have gone bigger?
No, just because they would have had to do one of two things. They would have had to waste invis pots on the other players to skip ahead, or they would have just had to chance it and run through. And if they use the invis pot, they don't have battle pot.
Because you wouldn't be able to pull them back from that distance.
Yep.
You'd have to go forward and pull them to the group.
Yep.
That's fair.
I think they made the right choice stopping with that size pack. But this time they actually had a couple mobs still alive moving on. All right, they get the interrupt on the expulse. They're pulling those two mobs into this double pull right here. Still another really good size pull. Let's see how much damage we get out of Beast Up this time. We've been seeing some crazy damage come out of bees. Bees!
Another massive one, just letting the Fire Mage do what they do best.
Yeah, and it's also important to note that because they still had those 2 mobs from the first pull, the combat never stopped. So the meters are going to look a little weird because they never left combat.
It's not about how good the meters look, it's about how much damage you actually do.
It's about, does everybody survive? Did the mobs die? Did
That's
you time the
exactly
key?
it. That's exactly right.
You know, I saw a really great tip on WoW loading screen. You need to keep your health above 0 and bring theirs below 0. That's how you win.
But what if I'm in a team? I want everyone else's health to hit 0, right?
Yes. Yep. That's it. And
Okay.
then you are the only survivor carrying the team.
And then I win.
You win. You're the winner.
Great. I'm so glad I fully understand that mechanic.
Yep. Yep. You heard that, healers. Please don't do that in your actual keys and then tell people that I told you to do that.
I was just going to sit and let it ruminate because I knew you would not be able to let it go without a disclaimer.
Yep, no, I have to disclaim everything. We know that. And that was an important disclaimer to make.
Oh.
Please don't tell your groups that Hothead said that you have to let them die and be the only survivor. It will not
he's
go
getting
over
a little
well.
bit low. That's looking dangerous, but he does manage to recover. Can, despite the Druid health kind of sitting below 50%, was not really in any danger of dying there. Everyone else taking a big bunch of AoE from the bursting needs to be topped off, but they're going to run straight into the next pack on their way to the Watcher, Ridius.
Yeah, we have Air Force Gaming just finished Watcher Iridius and is in the middle of the pull in the skip. Looks like they're also doing a big pull in that skip, just like Ukraine did. Yeah, they're still moving, going on into that next room, pulling even more.
So very potentially an intended strategy here, just maybe not executed correctly by the Ukrainian team. The Brits have completed their underwrought key. The 12 minutes left on the timer. They will be able to start another if they so choose. Warrior Gamer working on that 23. The Grand Twizzler is not dead. I think they had a reset while we were watching Ukraine.
I don't like being called out like that, Dr. Jones, but I'll accept it because it's true. Healing someone interrupts my damage, so don't take damage so that I can do damage. Hashtag healer approved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Air Force Gaming did pretty well on that pull. I imagine they're going to double pull this as well, but those lieutenants can kind of get a little iffy. Nope, there they go. They went ahead and got the ones out of stealth, grabbed these guys. They need to get that interrupt on that far one so that they'll move in and let them just AoE him down. Zephyr Call coming out, bringing even more ads in here so that they can definitely not pad, but, actually kill the ads. Still no. There's the interrupt. Took him a little bit to get the interrupt. He's still pretty much at full health.
The Brits have decided that they want in on the Halls of Infusion party, and they are going to go run their 21.
Let's go. More Halls of Infusion. Of course, Warrior Gamer. Got to be different. Sticking with that Vortex 23. And you got Ukraine almost done with Iridius. They are on his intermission at 15% now. Let's see. Warrior Gamer, their Vortex was the 21. So that'll give them 2 points, putting them at 69, securing their lead, because if they time that, nobody else really has anything they've started already that they can finish to tie with Warrior Gamer if Warrior Gamer finishes the Vortex.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
If Warrior Gamer finishes Vortex at this 23, nobody has started anything currently that would bring them up to tie with Warrior Gamer. Assuming Warrior Gamer times.
Because Ukraine is currently on their 23 hauls, it would give them 2 points. That's correct. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yep.
If Warrior Gamer fail this Vortex Pinnacle, but Ukraine complete their 23, it would tie them.
Yep.
But you're right. If Warrior Gamer gets this key, they secure first place for day 1.
Air Force Gaming... Let's see, their haul is 21. They would also tie with Warrior Gamer if they complete this hauls, and Warrior Gamer doesn't. Lots of ifs, you know?
No, I think Air Force would still be 1 point back.
I don't think so, because they're at 65.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. I can do numbers sometimes. Still can't read, but sometimes I do numbers.
Oh, so then actually, I was mistaken. The Ukrainian team, if they time this but Warrior Gamer don't, they'll be in first.
They will be in first, yes. Yep.
Oh, they're so close today.
Yeah, this is usually the kind of close we would have on day 3. And we have it right off the bat.
I love it.
This is competition. This is how we like the whole weekend to play out.
Because we are so close, we're going to have to stick with these teams even when regulation time ends.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've got to show everyone.
This is going to be a longer day. So if you were upset that stream was going to end in 8 minutes, guess what? It's not. Unless all these teams miraculously wipe in 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We got it. There's
Big pull from Ukraine, where they wiped earlier. Go. It's those swoglets. It's you get the 10 stacks and you just instantly die.
Blazing Dragon asking, how do I get the predict badge? If you were part of the prediction when it was running earlier, that's how you get it.
We will have more predictions throughout the weekend. You'll have other chances to get in on those. All right, so they got past the big pull. They're in another decently swized swaglet pull. Warrior Gamer getting Grand Twizzler down. Pretty good time going on to Altoid. Altoid? Altoid? I don't know. Some people say Altoid. Some people say Altoid. Got British Combined Arms in that Halls of Infusion. I think they had a reset because they're in the beginning again. And then we have Air Force Gaming moving on to Kajin. They're about a pull and a half away. I think they... I don't know. The double would be close for them. Looks like they'll have Lust for Last Boss for Primal Tsunami, but I'm not sure it'll be enough for the double. We'll see.
Five minutes remain. And this timer is synced with the stream delay. So this should be a very, very accurate indicator for us visually. We will, of course, confirm it with admins when the clock hits 0. But this is exciting. Ukraine moving on to our lovely froggy friend.
My mouse doesn't want to react with me here. There we go.
Brits getting ready to start their hauls. 4 minutes and 38 seconds to go. Not a lot of time left to reset if they feel the need. Warrior Gamer, health bar is getting incredibly low. The healer goes down. The priest is still low. This is a mini boss that is going to be a challenge to deal with. I don't think Les is going to survive. That's right, goes down. The mage and the evoker doing everything they can to soak up any healing from the big green circle and just get down the Storm Drake. That's going to be a wipe and a... Oh. Are they leaving the dungeon?
They're going to reset. They have 4 minutes to go back in.
That is certainly a worthwhile choice. As we said, Warrior Gamer have to complete this dungeon in time to secure first place on day 1. This reset is their last-ditch effort to do so. If they don't, then their only hope is that Ukraine fails their key.
Yeah, man, these teams have worked so hard this week, and you can see the practice that they've been putting in for the past 2 weeks while they've had this TR, but also the time they've put in together on the live servers even before getting TR.
Yeah,
they came
it's been
in
a lot of
ready to
hard
play.
work.
AOE incoming. I need some more cat weak aura. AOE incoming. There it is. That's a good one too. All right, Warrior Gamer starting their key. They have just over 2.5 minutes to see they've made an error and restart if something happens.
Let's hope it
After
doesn't.
this 2.5 minutes, nobody can start another one.
Goliath is about to go down from Ukraine. 2 bosses in. We do not want a problem now, because by the time they get to the next boss, it'll have been the full 2 minutes. Ooh, waiting for the pat.
Looks like they did pull him.
No. Oh.
Yeah, Deep Chill coming out on the dragon. All right, he got the invis out.
Room, it looks like.
Yep, looks like he tried to do the pull away, let everybody pass, and then invis, drop the combat, and run back to everybody.
Bunch of heals go out, topping everybody off. Time to rinse and repeat. Squeaking past. They are going to fight this Proto-Dragon. Meanwhile, the Air Force making their way to the Primal Tsunami on the last boss. This is their 23 hauls. The 23 hauls from the Air Force is going to give them an extra 2 points, which will bump them up to 2nd place, pending the results of Ukraine.
That would bump them up to tie, pending the
Correct.
results of both Warrior Gaming and Ukraine.
You are correct.
It's a close one.
It is an absolute nail biter. I wish we had some like super dramatic music underneath.
I need just the biggest bucket of popcorn right now.
I know. The British Combined Arms, 31 minutes on the clock. It is more important that they time this key than how quickly they time it.
Yes.
Them taking their time, doing whatever they need to do to feel confident is absolutely the right play.
I still think Air Force Gaming has time. They might not have time for the double now. I think
8 seconds.
those two deaths there.
This is it. We are coming up, and regulation time is now over. No more dungeons can be started. If any of these teams wipes, if any of these teams fails their key, that is it. We are moving into the final stretch here. I'm super excited for anyone
Warrior
who's
Gamer's
just joining. Warrior Gamer, do not complete their key. Did you see what caused them to decide for the reset?
I saw a couple of them die, and then it looks like they went ahead and forced the wipe so they could just run out.
That could be a fatal mistake. If they were thinking that they still have time to restart, that could be absolutely crippling. We don't know what the implications of that reset will be until later this weekend, but right now it is all up to the Air Force and Ukraine. If the Air Force times their key and Ukraine doesn't, we have a two-way tie for first. Reminder that in the prediction, the Air Force only got 11% of the vote to be able to come in first today. So that would be showing the audience what's up, I think. Ukraine, however, if they time their key, it will push them into first place regardless. If Air Force times and Ukraine, then Air Force sits in second with Warrior Gamer. The British team lagging back, but still making excellent progress with the 21. They had a fantastic start to the day and then started slowing down a little bit. A DC earlier was a little bit painful, but definitely not out of the running just yet.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling the pressure right now, knowing that they can't reset. They can't try to go again. They've got to just calm down, take it steady, and finish this dungeon. Yeah, it'd be nice to have that 25 in your pocket tomorrow, but just take it easy, finish this dungeon, and take your lead.
That is going to be it. So we have it there, 21, 21, and 25 for Warrior Gamer.
Find shelter. 4, 3, 2, 1.
I want to bring Air Force Gaming up on the screen here while they take on Tsunami. They elected not to lust right off the bat.
Submerge coming out.
That is a surprise that they saved the lust there.
I am not too surprised because you're going to get at least one submerge. So waiting for the first one and then just nuking the boss to avoid the second, I can see some logic there. Having to go the long way around in these waves.
Yeah, what a dance.
The swirls. I appreciate this warrior's footwork. There comes the charge. That looked like it would have been a real close call.
That was iffy, but good on him for making it.
Driss is almost to the center. They're just waiting for him to clear his platform to pull the infusers so that everybody could be together for the AoE. Here we go. Ukraine slowly approaching the boss. I think we're going to be back-to-back tsunamis here.
Yeah, that was some real... Oh no, so many down! Oh no!
That is not what you want to see. Now again, it is more important that they time this than anything else. The 2 chest would be nice, but with only Venom alive, it is not going to be possible. But it is not worth a reset at this point.
No, he got the Brez off, so the healer can take that Brez, walk up the stairs, and res everybody up, and just pick up right there. I think now you don't have a choice. You lust on pull.
Yeah, the fact that lust was delayed there and even eventually not even used, I don't think, is a massive surprise.
I think no matter what, you use it off the rip right here. You burn as much health as you can and try to play it safe. I could see what they were doing before, trying to come back from that intermission and burn as much health as you can. But I think now you play it safe, pop it, and burn. Yep,
Here
and
we
that's what
go.
they're doing.
They have plenty of time to still one chest this. We will have to see over the course of the next couple of days whether the +1 makes all of the difference. If teams come back and start 24, 25, 26ing this dungeon, it could be a massive pain point for Air Force Gaming. But considering how much time they have made up over the course of today, after their several difficult Vortex Pinnacle runs, they have done fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've seen such an improvement from them over the year since the first AFDC, and not just in their play, but also their confidence.
Yeah, it's been a huge change. Here comes the first submerge. They are getting spread out. In the background, we are keeping an eye on it. Ukraine still has a chance to two-chest this. They have not yet pulled the tsunami. When they do, we will be sure to bring you the side-by-side.
Yeah, again, nice little dance macabre there.
Gotta get to the center. At least
There he
Driss is
goes.
with the tank this time. They can pull out the infusers. Lust is on cooldown. They did use it on pull, but 2 people are dead.
Oh no. One of them being their healer. And
This may
because
no
he
longer be
died
possible.
he died on the bridge, so the only way to get him back is to kill all of the infusers, and then his body will teleport.
Venom may be able to keep himself alive, and Rebel Hunt can do lots of damage. Driss
They are playing it
absolutely topping
safe.
the meters.
They took only 2 infusers at a time to make sure that there wasn't any unnecessary damage going out. Oh,
Yeah,
now they're
there
going to
is
take 1 at a time.
no room for mistakes, but we do need to bring up the side-by-side. Both teams are now on the tsunami. Ukraine have just pulled, and they're making excellent progress, likely to two-chest. We'll see. Air Force Gaming, getting ready. The bodies are back.
They do have a Brez up. Oh, actually, do they? It doesn't look like it's up quite yet. Oh, there
No,
it
they've
goes.
got
It's up
20
now.
seconds. There it goes.
Yep. He just used it. Oh, they've almost got 20 seconds for the next one.
Yes. They chose to bring the priest up. Oh.
Oh, and then he
Then
died
goes
again.
back
Oh,
down
no.
immediately. This next battle res has to go onto the healer, I think. Well,
Yeah, I think with them about to submerge, I think they hold it, make their way back, and then use it as soon as they get back.
nope, I think they're going to spend it.
Yep, they used it now. You know what? I think they need it with the afflicted.
You just need the extra damage. Hunter gets really low. The priest is back. They've said, screw it. We don't need heals. Venom can keep himself alive. We need damage. Come on, Shadow Priest. Here comes the submerge. It's more important for everybody to survive. The fact that we've got 2 people going together is dangerous, but good. Let's hope for some favorable wave spawns. Not going to be perfect. They are going to get 2 down the left, 2 down the right, another on the left. They're going to have to do a bit of dancing here. The priest is still alive out on the other platform.
Ukraine's back from their intermission, and not very much health left on Tsunami when they got back. They might be able to pull the 2 chest off.
If they do, like I said, that's a huge deal coming up on day 2 and day 3 when we see teams come back and possibly 24, 25, 26 this dungeon.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of, again, being safe, burning him, saved a couple cooldowns for this phase.
Oh.
Granted, they're getting that second intermission, but his health is so low coming back from this intermission.
It is, but don't forget it takes up to a minute to do this run, and that is the time that they have left on the 2 chests, so it could be incredibly close. We have to hope for favorable wave wall spawns.
Double
Then
blink
you have
coming
to deal
out
with
from
the
Savant.
infusers. Spawn making good progress. Air Force also working on those infusers right now, still with no healer. and they are not going to have another battle res in this fight. It's got 9 minutes on the clock. The Tsunami is back. There is no bloodlust. They simply have to press their buttons as hard as they can.
They're going to be cutting it really close. It's having the DPS down with only, 2 minutes remaining is really cutting it way too close. You have Ukraine here. Looks like they're about to get it before this submerge.
Yes.
I can't tell. Looks like 20 something seconds.
Yeah, they're down to 16 seconds, and the boss's health is very low. It does look like it's going to die.
The double.
The 2 chest just on the money. Well done, Ukraine. But we need to hop back to our friends, the Air Force, who unfortunately get another submerge.
Oh, no.
They've got
I
1
think
minute and
that's it.
13 seconds left on the clock. Like I said, it's a minute for this phase.
I'd love to give them my believer benefit, but they have to deal with infusers, no healer, and a DPS down.
And the priest is still dead? Or no, is it out of range? Nope,
Yeah.
dead.
And there it is.
That is incredibly painful.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Ukraine takes the lead to end day 1.
Oh my goodness. Let's give them the honor of letting them finish it up. Venom and Driss, can they take this guy down for the glory of just getting it done? 2-man team.
10 seconds.
They're not going to time it. These infusers are not going to go down, but I really hope they go for it. Oh! Driss goes down. Venom, I doubt, is going to be able to both keep themselves alive and do enough damage to finish it up. The boss has so little health, this infuser. Come on, Venom. In the background, the Brits are still progressing. We will take a look at them. Fair is fair. But I think all of the drama right now is Venom running up the stairs trying to survive the infusers. Thank you, Driss, for the camera POV. Oh my gosh, just back and forth, and Venom does go down. Wow. We're going to confirm the times of those 2 other teams while we watch the Brits make progress on the Gulping Goliath. Today has been a ride. I'm looking for the score. Confirmation. AFG not able to time their 23.
Yeah, it was. Oh man, that's heartbreaking for them, ending day 1 on such a close call for that dungeon. But I mean, they still get to go into day 3 or day 2. Sorry, so close to tied for second place, close to being there with first place. It's not a bad spot to end day 1 either way.
No, not even a little bit. The Brits will continue to get this key down in the background, but I think we need to have a talk, Hothead. Gulping Goliath goes down. Woohoo! Today has been a lot.
It has been a roller coaster with these teams being so neck and neck all day in these top 3 spots.
It's been incredible. We do have our leaderboard. Obviously, as the Brits finish their run, we will be sure to update their score if it is completed, but it will not have an effect on the end of day standings. Warrior Gamer with a 21, 21, 25. Air Force 21, 21, 23. And our day one champions, Ukraine, with a 23, a 22, and a 23. The Brits coming up with a 19, 17, and 22. A little bit of time going to need to be made up over the course of the weekend. But it is certainly possible if these teams just brick wall at 25s.
Yeah, I mean, there are still 10 more regulation hours of gameplay, plus, the overtime if they start a little late, right before the timer ends, but 10 regulation hours to still fight out for this first place. And it's been a slugfest so far for these teams, and even getting that 25, not being able to jump to keep their first place because they bounce back and forth the whole time. It's awesome to watch these teams work as hard as they're working.
Yeah, this is probably the best day one I think we've had all season.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've had so many teams so close at the end of the first day. It's been, really good throughout the first day, and then all right, yep, we've got this guy in first at the end. But this has been such a hard fight for them.
Yeah. And as we mentioned, the only other time a 25 has been completed on day one, it was the Coast Guard, it was the Shadow Moon Burial Ground back in Spring Clash, and they did win. But I think they also came in first on day one, so a slight difference here, Ukraine managing to beat them out. I am super looking forward to tomorrow. I don't know about you. If you want to see what's going on, where do people go to find out when we're live?
We have our Twitter, AFDL events, just like our Twitch here. We're going to post our standings, obviously, for the day. You can come back here tomorrow, same time, 11 Eastern. I forget the
8
BST.
Pacific.
8 Pacific.
Yeah.
I want to say it was 4 p.m. BST. Lots of time zones, but having so many teams across the world helps. But make sure you guys tune in tomorrow to see who we have casting and see these teams pick up where they left off, still fighting for first place.
Absolutely. So send your love in the chat. Don't forget to let everyone know that the action is not over, and we'll be back in the morning tomorrow. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Friday. And this weekend is going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you then.